You ready?
Yeah.
All right, we are live now. All right. Thanks for having me at your place, Coach.
Oh, you're welcome. It's good to see former players drop by, and like I said, I've always treated you guys like my son. So
Yeah, Coach Rector. How's the audio on your end? A little occupied, but so I took a lot of inspiration from you beyond high school. Your intensity, your passion, and how much you commit to anything that you do. So I started to apply that to basically how I handle the jobs that I've been a part of, and then into when I finally got into coaching myself. So I guess for now, tell me about your career. Like, where did it start, and where the inspiration come from on your end?
I think when I first got out of high school, I think what my main thing was sports medicine. I wanted to be around sports all the time, so I've always wanted to always help athletes through any type of injury. I didn't do so well my first year in college, so I returned back to the city, and my first coaching job was, I believe, in 2000. And that was with my high school coach who coached me my senior year, and that's with Mark Grubal. And I think him knowing that I was one of his players, he knew I understood his system, so it was easier for me to transition to be his assistant coach. So for me, in my years of starting out, it was just more about learning, understanding how to build a foundation. You know, when we talk about foundations, we always talk about our young generation, our youth, and that was with the freshman team. And just by coaching freshman teams for about 2 years and understanding how coaches develop players, the freshmen, the JV, and the varsity programs, you know, it has to be similar to one another. You know, all the coaches had to be on the same page. They had to be running an offense and a defense that's similar. So when they come back the following year, the players are ready for the same thing, you know, the same offense, same defense. So nothing is changed. It's just the level changes, you know, with speed and strength and so forth. So for me, I really enjoyed the process of kids growing within the program. And as I moved up to JV coach, I started to understand the difference between the freshman level and then the JV level. And I was comfortable with building players because it made me understand the little things of, you know, footwork, just basically stance, running offense, running the defense. And it really made me kind of just observe a lot of that stuff that you need to build a foundation. And then when I became a head coach, you know, all of those made sense to me when I became a head coach in 2004. And I was very grateful that I coached the players that were in my freshman program, the JV program. And then when I became a varsity coach, you know, it was just easier for me to coach the same kids.
Yeah.
So over time, it was just development.
And then, what was the outcome of your first year as a head coach?
It was loaded with seniors, seeded and laden team. And like I said, we've had them since they were freshmen. I remember, and they could probably tell you too, also that when they were coming in freshmen, we used to take them to men's tournaments as they were incoming freshmen, you know, 13, 14-year-olds. And we were like, you know, men taking them around to tournaments. And they were, you know, the first two tournaments, you know, they were afraid. And we just told them, you know, we gave them confidence by just empowering them to shoot the ball. We'll be there to support you guys. So that group, I remember as they became seniors, I believe I was kind of like with them year round, you know, and during the spring tournaments, the summer tournaments, the fall tournaments, and then it goes right into the season, to the fall. So we were confident. We were comfortable. Nothing really changed. So when I made a transition in my first year, you know, we already knew each other, and we just kind of took it to the next level of just the intensity, and also observing and doing a lot of scouting. My assistants did a lot of scouting for me to prepare, because all of assistants, we all had the same mentality of we didn't want to fail. This is our first year. We were young coaches. We were like 25, 24, 23. We were we knew we had the microscope on us because we were young coaches. And a lot of people felt like we were not ready. We were not veteran coaches. So we had the mentality like, we're going to prove people wrong that, we were actually here to actually coach for these kids.
Yeah.
So that first year, I think in conference, I remember we went 17-1. And the one loss we lost to was to Winslow by 2 points. And I still remember that game, and it still eats at me to this day.
That's so cool. Where'd you meet Rector?
Rector, I knew him since high school. He was probably a sophomore and I was a senior. And, we played against each other. I was at Gray Hills and he was at Ganado. So I met him there. And like I said, he's a really open person. So he really gets to know people. My next meeting with him was, I remember in 2004, he was an assistant coach at Ganado. And we were playing at our place at Gray Hills. And I remember him waiting for us at the tunnel of Gray Hills, the entrance to the gym.
Yeah.
And we usually walk outside of me and my coaches. And I remember Rector staying there. I mean, he was an assistant coach for Ganado, and he was waiting for us. And I remember that conversation where he said, he enjoyed how our program was being built. The consistency he saw. And I remember him asking, whenever he can, that if he can possibly join our program sometime in the future. And I told him, I'm all for that. I'm all about growth, about adult growth, kids growth, whatever you want to do. That's just me. I want people to grow because we can't always harness our own knowledge and just keep it to ourselves. We got to always share that knowledge. And if they're willing to share that knowledge with our players, I'm all for assistant coaches that really want to empower our students. And that was one main thing that caught me, was that he wanted to learn. And I'm all about teaching and also about learning. And Rector, through the years I met him, I've learned a lot from him also. He's also kept me humble. And then I remember in 2008, we got the girls program at Tuba City, and he asked me if he wanted to be an assistant. I said, "Hey man, let's go. Let's do this. Let's jump right on board." And we started right away. And I was at my dorm at NAU, and he was in Tuba, so we still made it work, And to this day, we still have a lot of respect and communication with one another, because like I said, he's just a special guy. I see him, you have your biological brothers, and then you have your brothers that you really know that will have your back and support you through the tough times and the good times, and he's one of those guys.
I see. Hey, Coach Rector. Coach Rector, you there?
Yeah.
Echo.
Barely. It sounds like your audio is getting a little bit worse.
Yeah, it's actually glad of this tablet here. Now I have to, because I got that players and I got my computer going. I think my computer will work better.
I hope you get it figured out, Coach. It's a little sketchy. What do you think is your... What's that? What do you think's your lowest moment as far as coaching? And by lowest, I don't mean like a heavy loss, or like at what point did you feel like is this, or did you ever have a moment where you kind of sat alone in the locker room, or felt like, what am I doing wrong, or is this for me, or where your emotions were on the opposite end rather than the fire burning passion Bizardi that I know?
I think what still pains me, and I still have emotions about it, is losing one of my players after the season, losing his life.
Really?
Yeah, I think that hurt the most. I remember talking at one of their meetings, and it was held at Gray Hills Auditorium, and I just could not finish what I wanted to say because it hurt so much that I can just remember all the times he was in the locker room with me in the gym and all this stuff, and to lose someone like that, one of your players, like you kind of see them as one of your sons, and that was probably one of my lowest points, is to feel that pain and that emotion. That was the hardest thing for me to accept, is that I coached these kids when they were so young, and to lose them so early when they had so much of a future ahead of them. And to me, it was hard for me to accept. And that was probably my lowest point in coaching, because you're spending so much time with these kids, and you expect a lot for them when they leave high school, and you put so much time and teaching into these kids, and you want them to see them do well in their own lives, raise their own kids, have their own family, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And when that hurt, that was probably my lowest point.
Man, I can't imagine. Rector, how you doing?
Doing good. Can you guys hear me?
It's a little better. It's barely better.
Okay. I changed my computer. Tried to turn up the mic.
All right, I'm gonna try something, Coach. It might mess with the audio, so just brace yourself. Let's see what happens. Try now, Coach Rector.
Can you guys hear me? You guys got me?
Barely.
You guys got me now? Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Again, the quality isn't.
Okay.
Coach.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We got you.
Okay.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you guys.
All right, cool.
I'm using I have to change my tablet. I kind of thought it was my tablet. I'm using my daughter's computer. So that's why you're going to get a Disney background.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. All right, now I think you might actually be a little too loud.
Me.
I think you're good now. Let's see. Was Rector part of that moment where you guys, part of your lowest moment, or is that kind of something?
No, that was before Rector came onto our program. This was back in 2004. No, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. In about 2005, the summer of 2005, that's when I lost one of my players, and Rector jumped onto our program when we were at Tuba City High School on the girls program in summer of 2008.
How'd that go? How'd your duo go? And who was the head coach? Who wore the pants?
I think for us, I think I've already established that, and probably Rector could probably clarify a little more on this, is that I've always told players there was no head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I never wanted our players to ever feel like to label and say that's the head coach. That's the only person we listen to, because we have our your JV coach and your freshman coach. I want all the players to understand that they had to listen to the freshman coach, the JV coach, the assistant coaches. So we were all coaches. There was no head coach, and to me, it made the players really respect our freshman coaches. Whenever their freshman coach had input, the JV coach had input, we were all seen at one level. We never put any of us on a pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
We were the platform. We were all I think we were all equal. So we all had inputs and stuff like that. So that was one thing I wanted to them to understand, the players. So they could listen to Rector, they could listen to Coach McCabe, they could listen to Coach Bizardi, and they had their freedom to, you know, put their input in there. So, and I'm glad I had my assistant coaches there, because they humbled me a lot, because sometimes I do go off on a on a tangent, and they bring me back down.
Gotcha. How about you, Rector? How was that year, first year coaching with Bizardi?
The first year when we were at Tuba?
Yeah.
Is that what you were talking about when we were in Tuba City? Yeah, so like Coach said, you know, he got the head coaching position, and I asked him, but we had a relationship before then, but it was more of a competitive relationship because we played against each other in high school. And then, of course, you know, what they did at Gray Hills, and I know he was a part of that. So when we started at Tuba, he had already established how a program should work. For me, from a coaching standpoint, that's, you know, for me, I was fresh out of college, finished my senior year at high school. So my perspective of a program at the time was more viewed from an athlete's point of view.
Mm.
And then at the same time, playing some semi-professional basketball. Okay. That helped a little bit.
Wow.
And then also just traveling and stuff like that, you know, men's leagues and all that good stuff. So when we got together, he said, "Hey, you guys are here to help foremost the players. You know, we're all this in together." And we had a really good coaching core. There was Coach Bizardi, there was his brother, the other Coach Bizardi,
Yeah.
myself, and then we had Coach McCabe, who is now the principal at the high school. Wow. So she was our, I think our, how could I say, she was the one who was more about the education. You know what I mean? She's the one that kept the players in line when it came to grades. So we meshed really good. And that's when Tom and I's relationship grew in more of a family type situation. So that's why, you know, every time we see each other, we talk to each other, we text each other, it's, "Hey, brother." So it was that family ship started, I'd say, right away, because how he viewed his program there was very similar to what my own personal views as a program should be. So that camaraderie started right away, and we hit the road running. And it was an awesome experience. And I used a lot of that experience when I got my head coaching opportunities. So a lot of the things that I learned from him, I implemented into my, you know, when I start a program. You know, you got to start from the ground up and build and build and build.
Yeah.
So, so that's how, you know, Tom and I, you know, our athletic, our playing, you know, careers intertwined. But once we became coaches, you know, together, that's when our lives intertwined, you know.
You guys had an entanglement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know, like with a lot of programs, they'll filter through coaches because they don't have a winning history. Some players or some schools look for success in the idea that the student athlete becomes a better individual. How do you guys? What do you guys consider a successful season, or how do you guys judge the success of the season?
For me, I think it's by the feedback we get from our own players. We know that we're selling a product, and it's their buy-in. I think for our very first season, we were given a senior laden team that was left from a prior year, and we worked with that group. And when you're a senior, you have the mentality, oh, we had it good last year or something like that.
Yeah.
But at the end of that first year, I remember we went through a lot of emotions with the girls, and that was one thing I think Rector and Miss McKay will know, that we actually went through the emotions with these guys. So the success that I measured was, how did they feel? How did they want to? What was their outcome? What was their? How have they changed as a person?
Yeah.
Because they had things done differently, and we do things differently. So how was their outcome at the very end? What's their mentality afterwards? How do we groom them to become young women, in society, and prepare them after high school?
Yeah.
And to this day, I still, talk to those athletes, and I'm glad they're doing well. So that's the way I kind of see success, from where they started so they come into a program to when they leave, and also where they are at now. That's the way I see success, is that something like you were talking about, is what you took from our program, and what was instilled in you, and what you're still carrying today. It's a small portion, but it has a good impact. So that's the way I kind of view success now in the long run. And like I said, when I was coaching at Windrock last year, and I went back to Tuba for our away game, and we were playing in the pavilion, and I'm glad I had some of those former players come back and greet me, give me a hug. I'm very emotional, but people don't see that the emotion. They just see that stern face. But I do have emotions, And for me, it brings almost like a tear to me that they're doing well, and I'm glad that they are doing well in life. So that's my measurement of success.
I know. So one thing that I remember, or I didn't know it when we were during the season, but I picked it up as an adult, and when I started coaching, is I realized that you were teaching us basketball, but for me, looking back at it now, I see it as like you were molding character, and when you were molding character, it came to this point where I realized that winning comes with the season. Winning comes with the teaching process. So you'll teach the game, you'll teach the character, you'll mold the character, and then winning just happens to be a side effect when everything starts rolling. And that's like again, like I carried that into when I started coaching. The winning came afterwards. Was it like that with you and Rector? What did you guys just start gelling?
We started gelling because, like I said, my assistant coaches kept me humble. Like sometimes I go off on a tangent, and I think Rector did a really great job of bringing in the aspect of traditional culture, like Hajon balance. I never had that, and when he used to, and he can elaborate on this, but when he used to bring those cultural teachings into our practices and embed that, and I think I've always listened. I've always listened to what he said. I've always listened, because I'm just an observationist. I listen and I absorb it, and that to me kept me humble, and also it kept the kids humble.
Yeah.
So if Rector can elaborate on that, I would like to hear a lot more from
Definitely.
Rector. Yeah. So for me, a little bit of personal background. I grew up in two ways. And you guys know I'm half Navajo, I'm half white. But I grew up two ways. I grew up traditionally, and I grew up in the church. And so I use a lot of those, not just in coaching, but raising my kids. When I have the opportunity to teach a class, I use both of them. So when I'm coaching, you have to have your disciplinary, you have to have your person who shows compassion. Just like, in traditional ways, you have the father, who is the disciplinary, he's the stern one.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the mother, who is the compassion one. But at the same time isn't against the father, but in ways is supporting the father in a more compassionate, softer way. And that's how that was kind of the aspect I brought, with that was, Coach Bizardi, we got to get these sprints in, we got to get these done. We got to have it this way. And, if we wanted to be successful. For me, I came in as, okay, hey, listen, guys, this is the reason why. For me, it was the reason why, right? When your dad gets mad at you, your mom always comes in. This is why your dad is like this. This is why grandpa's like this, right?
Yeah.
They give the explanation behind it. And that was the role I took on. And I didn't do it on purpose. It was just one of those things that just happened. And that was part of the camaraderie, the part of the trust that, that we gave each other. He trusted me to come in and do what I needed to do. And I trusted him that he's going to do what he does. And not just us two, but just the whole coaching staff was that way. There was a perfect balance of that give and take. And you're talking about success. And, to me, success isn't wins and losses in a game. Mm-hmm. To me, success is win and losses in life. And that's what I've always believed in, is because, and for me, when I was young, I'm going to play forever. But I got to that age to when, okay, I no longer can be the same athlete that I was 5 years ago. So how can I continue to be an influence? I can't be an influence on the court no more because, I'm getting older. So I had to transition that to teaching. So now my successes isn't on the court. No, my successes are the people I influence, and Coach said it. It's not a whole lot. It's that little piece in life. Mm-hmm. And that little piece in life could mean the difference between somebody else's success or somebody else's failure. And that little piece is so important because it could be something you do, something you say, or it could be something you introduce to somebody. And that, to me, that's success, is the people you influence and how they become better people, better mothers, better fathers, better, something that they can do better. And that, to me, that's the success. And then you mentioned about failures. For me, when I talk to a former player or a former student, and they are having trouble in life, and I've encountered this a couple times, to me, it's a failure at that point. Mm-hmm. It gives me another chance to influence that person to be better again. So to me, failures are just second chances at success. So yes, personally, I've had failures, but those are for me. But when I encounter other people, to me, it just gives me a second chance to do better for them, but also it gives me a chance to learn more about myself.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's the underlying thing that I loved about your program. And I think where I am now, it's kind of come full circle, and that's what I did realize is that molding the character and teaching them to be better student athletes. The game's just the fun part. That's the reward. Do you guys have any outside influences other than what you were taught? Kind of like a college coach. So like one thing that I actually enjoyed just recently was Coach K. What was that kid's name? He kind of had a bad attitude. He was a little cheap. He was tripping students.
I know he's a Duke player.
Yeah.
The NBA.
Grayson Allen.
Grayson Allen. So I actually did a little bit of reading about Grayson Allen, and as ridiculously talented as he was, Coach K benched him like a lot. He made him sit down like half the season. And this kid was talented, but he had a really bad attitude, and Coach K wasn't afraid to take some losses or lose help in this area if it meant correcting this kid's attitude before giving him playing time. So that's just one of the really cool things I enjoy about Duke basketball. I'm a huge fan. So
for me, well, there's a lot of influence. Like I think every kid wants to play, at the college level. And for me, I'm a huge Arizona fan, so I grew up watching Lute Olson and stuff. Mm-hmm. But when you go to these coaches clinics, Nike coaches clinic, you kind of see and hear about all that they've done and stuff. So I'm like a huge fan of Lute Olson, Roy Williams, Coach K. There are so many good coaches out there that really put a lot into their program. But you are right. Coach K was probably one of my influence. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Duke, but I like what he does.
Yeah.
I just like his management. I just like how he takes care of his players and he reaches out to his players. And I think I've read his book. The only books I read are coaches' books because I wanted to see the struggle that other coaches go through, and it's very similar. I think the book was Leading with the Heart. And I think that was one good book I read. I read Lute Olson's book, Roy Williams' book, and I enjoy reading what they've done to get to where they are. A lot of sacrifices, and that's the one thing I think for me was balancing, because with coaching you got to have, like Rector was saying, the father and then the mother. Mm-hmm. I grew up. My dad raised me as a single parent, so I didn't have that balance.
Yeah.
Even when I was raising my own kids, they grew up, I raised them myself, as a single parent. That they didn't have that balance. Yeah. So I think with coaching, you do have to have that balance. You got to have that that support, because mm-hmm. with coaching, you're going to go through these emotional roller coasters. You're going to have them, those moments where you win big games, and you need to be humbled, and you also go through these terrible losses and you need that support. Yeah. And so for me, just listening to the other coaches, they had those college coaches, they had wives that supported them. Yeah. They supported them because they knew what type of environment they're going to go to. They're going to be critiqued. They're going to be, being held on a pedestal, but they're the ones that kind of balance it. So for me, I thought, knowing that these college coaches knew how to balance, mm-hmm. Family life and then their career. And that's what I didn't have early on. For me, it was because my kids were like babies, they're 1, 3, and 9, I remember. Uh-huh. And for me, I put the players, in front of my kids. Yeah. The reason why I say that is because I wanted you guys to be the models for my kids. Gotcha. It can't be the other way where I'm saying, hey, I'm raising my kids this way. You guys be like them. No, they're still kids. They're still learning how to live life. Mm-hmm. So that's why when that my kids come to the games, you guys know how to act. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's why the important thing was I made sure I put more investment in my players to make sure you guys know how to act, know how to speak around me, and speak around, because however you guys speak around me is how you're going to speak around the youth, the kids that are around it. So that's how I try to make sure you guys are the models. That's why I put more time into you, because you guys made me raising my kids that much easier, mm-hmm. because they found people how to act, how to eat in restaurants, how mm-hmm. to act in public places. And that's how what my kids saw. To this day, they still say that. Yeah. Being in that locker room, being in that gym, I can see what you were teaching. So as I'm saying, you guys paved the way for my kids.
Interesting. Rector? Coach?
Did I take too much time, Rector?
For me, my influences, Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
No? You guys got me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. For me, my influence.
Well, you went out.
Yeah. So I pulled the plug.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Yeah, his little speaker bubble is not even moving now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then a little closer to the mic, I think.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's since
All
you're,
right.
that's where the echo is coming from, is when you speak out. Yeah. You can raise it.
Can I raise this?
No.
Does it go up?
You can tilt the mic up.
Oh, tilt the mic up. Okay. I don't want to break this here. No. But
Oh, he's gone.
it's gone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. That's too bad.
But yeah, there's a lot of people that influence me. I mean, like I said, it has an impact on me. Rector, my brother, and you know, we haven't got to Bennett yet. He hasn't come into the story yet, and that's until we move back to Gray Hills. But he's another person that has really put an impact in my life. Like I said, most of the people that I put on my staff are the people that are gonna make me grow also.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what I'm saying. Even though they were just my assistants, I looked up to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they had the, you know.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
There.
He goes.
So you were talking about your influences, whether they came from inside your circle.
I'm back.
Yeah. Or like whether it was like a college coach or any kind of influence, really.
Yeah, my influence. Yeah, so my influence started early in my life. Was, kind of into, I didn't have my father in my life. I never knew the guy, but my influences came, number one, from my mom. Raising 3 kids on her own. And then, of course, my grandfather. He was the father figure in my life. I've had uncles in my life who influenced me.
Oh, no. Yeah, his bubble's gone again.
Okay, he's gone.
Yeah. But so Bennett, what did you take from having Bennett as part of the roster?
I remember meeting Coach Bennett in 2010, the fall of 2010. That's when we were not rehired to coach at Tuba City High School. So once I jumped to next door to Gray Hills, I met Coach Bennett, and we were just co-workers. I was the math teacher, and he was the academic coach, or they call the math tutor there. And we talked about a lot of things, a lot of basketball, in our classes. And for me, he had the same mindset.
Yeah.
Talking to him in the month of August, September, and then October. I never really planned to coach there, but I put my application in, and I already kind of knew who I wanted as my assistant coaches, and Bennett was one of them. And then all of a sudden, I had to bring everybody else on board. Coach Rector had to come with me. My brother, Coach Bizardi, had to also come with me. So right there, I think that was another good group of assistant coaches that I was really grateful to have in my program. Because I didn't have to teach myself and then let the assistants learn. This one, I was able to teach, and they were also ready to reteach too. So they were like the enforcers. However, what drill I wanted to do, they were already there. I didn't have to teach them. They already knew what I wanted, so it was just easier for me to input every drill with them. I trusted them, what drill they wanted to do. I gave them that freedom to implement what they felt we needed, because that's all it was. It was all for the kids. It was all for the players. It's what the players needed. So Rector would say we need to do more sprints. We need to go lead that drill.
Yeah.
Bennett would say, something else. We would need a little more defensive slides or something like that.
Yeah.
Said, okay, so we kind of be able to manage it. And then Coach Bizardi said we need to hit that weight room.
Yeah.
So
love it.
everybody had their input of what we needed, and I didn't want to take away from what their strengths were. So their strengths became our strengths as a team. So I gave them that freedom, and like I said, it was just a lot about trust, because it's better to have different perspectives and be able to get the most we can. So Bennett was an influence. He influenced me. Same thing, just the same balance as Coach Rector had. He had his traditional values, and he knew how to implement that with the players. He also was able to give me the insights of other things, and I'm just glad that, like I said, they all always balanced me out. There was like no me this. I did this. I made that. It was none of that. We all just had to sacrifice that role and put the team first. The athletes were put first, and we were always put at the bottom, because all we're there was to just lift this team spirit and making sure these basically empower students, empower athletes, empower them to make sure that they're confident.
I think my biggest problem playing under you guys was confidence, because I never played till like my freshman year. And then when I got to Gray Hills my freshman year, I came from Shanto, and there was one role model, and it's because he was a teacher. Other than that, as far as athletically, I had nobody to look up to, so I didn't see what could be possible. So my freshman year comes around, and I see the basketball sign-up sheets available, and I play because my uncles played, and I knew the rules. Never played in middle school. I did 7th, but I fell asleep in class. And my teacher told my coach, and then my coach was like, sorry, see you later. So I said, F you guys. All right, I was done. But freshman year was on, and I see like people like Johnny Boone like grabbing the rim, and I freak out, and the other players grabbing the rim, and they're so ridiculously athletic, and in my head I'm thinking like Navajos aren't supposed to touch the rim. We're small people. Like I didn't know that we could do that. So part of the inspiration started there, is I wanted to do what they could do, and then I think you showed up my junior year, you and Rector, and there was some self-doubt in me, because it just felt like I wasn't getting better. Freshman year, I literally remember being booed. My number was 40. I was a 13-year-old kid, and Coach Bennett was my coach, and he put me in the game, and I seriously heard from the crowd, like, Coach, what are you doing? Why are you putting 40 in? So it was rough. And junior year, years roll around, and I have these thoughts of like, why am I even trying? Like, why am I doing this? It was embarrassing, wasting my parents' gas money. They were coming out to see me get that bench real hot, and we were playing against Kienta. I still remember this game. We were up and down with Kienta, and during one of the huddles, you said, and this is the quote I was telling you about, I wanted to see a reaction to it. This is the quote in the locker room. You said, if you are persistent, you will achieve it. And if you are consistent, you will keep it. And at the time, I took it as the lead. If we're persistent, we play good ball. If, we'll claw back into this. And if we're consistent, we get this lead, we're going to keep it. My mindset there, I took it as that. After the game, back in my dorm room, I thought about that quote. If you are persistent, you will achieve it. If you are consistent, you will keep it. And I think at that moment, I started to learn more about the persistence. Like the years of like riding the bench or getting yelled at. Man, I got yelled at more than anybody. But in the end, I was thankful for it. And I did end up learning a lot, and I took it beyond high school. In work, I worked 2 jobs after I had my first son. I was paraprofessional at the school in Shanto. So from 7 a.m. to 4, I was reteaching math with Coach Miles. You know him?
Yeah.
And from 4 to 6, I was coaching with Miles. And then since I worked at Walmart and Page, I could leave at 6 and get to Page by 6 because of the time difference. So I could leave at 6 after practice, get to work, clock in at 6, and I'd work till about 11 p.m. And coming home, I'd lose an hour. So I'd be leaving at midnight, getting home at 1. And then I did that for about 2 years. And people would always ask me, like, why do you do that? Why do you put your body through, like, why are you getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep and this and that? And I said, I couldn't answer it, but subconsciously I knew it was that persistence. I remained persistent. I ended up getting I'm not proud of it, but I got a decent promotion at work, and the mental and physical torture that it took driving all those days for 2 years, it transitioned from persistent to consistent. It just became habit. It was no longer torture to me, and it was easy. But when I ended up taking these like family vacations, like, oh, it was so worth it having all this extra money to take my son to the ocean, walking the strip in Vegas, just all this traveling we did. It was worth it. And I think that quote specifically, like I said, that's the quote that stuck with me.
Man, I think I start selling that quote right there. Every team is different, so every team needs to hear something differently. And that was, I think, I'm not sure what year that was, either my first year or second year back with, because I know you played for me your junior year and your senior year.
Yeah.
So basically, like I said, it's what the team needed, know, and it was probably directed to some players that I needed. I needed them to understand that at that moment in time and that time of the season, we needed some type of consistency, and don't let anything break you, because if you start breaking down now, the people around you will feel it.
Yep.
And you never want that to happen. And that's what I think preparation for life is. And I'm glad you brought up your family experience, and that's what it comes down to. And because if you start to falter in front of your kids, your kids will feel that effect. And that will affect them academically when they're in school, because they'll start to make excuses.
Yeah.
And they'll start to say, oh, yeah, my dad couldn't get me a backpack, or I couldn't get me shoes or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, for me to be in that position to where you were able to provide for your family. And I think that's one thing I wanted you guys to know as young fathers, and is to be able to provide and become young men. And I'm glad you took that, because it was something that not only pertained to basketball, but also pertained to you guys after high school. And I think I've always stressed that in our practices. I've always had that time after practices to talk to you guys about what you needed to be consistent, to be young fathers. And I've always told you guys, one of these days, you guys are going to make me a Che or a Nully,
Yeah.
And that was one thing that I've always stressed, is that you guys always take care of it. And that's, to me, that's probably one of my main accomplishments, is that when I go see my former athletes, like the male athletes on my boys basketball team, I get to see their kids. That puts one thing, that accomplishment is that my former players are actually taking care of their kids to this day. And that's one thing I see. So to overcome these obstacles, especially in high school, if you can overcome all of these negativity from the crowd, from the parents, and even from your own teammates or from your own classmates, that you can be able to be consistent at what you're doing, and it blocks everything out. And that's the thing I wanted you to remember in that game, was to block everything else. Everything else does not matter. It's what you're focusing on. Try to visualize and focus on what is the task is at hand. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad Coach Rector talked about successes and failures, and that's what we always instill. You're going to succeed or you're going to fail.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just how you deal with them. And if it's a failure, what can we do the next time? You know? Mm-hmm. So that's why every game or every practice, I always say, see you guys tomorrow. Be prepared to work again.
Yeah.
You know, because we don't let that failure perceive what we're going to do the next day, the next week, or, you know, the next game. Mm-hmm. We're always consistently saying it's time to go back to work tomorrow. See you guys at practice.
Yeah. You know? It's funny. I was talking with one of our players one time, one of my teammates at the time, and I think it was Devin. We were laughing like about how it's like, don't you think it's weird how we get yelled at when we win, and then when we lose, he has this really soft voice. I think when I started coaching, I realized why. Like, you basically told us, get over it. Like, there's nothing you can do to change the loss. So all we got to worry about is tomorrow. But when we won, it was, we still got to work on this. Like, well, why, coach? Like, we won. Why aren't you celebrating with us? And it was this, like, we didn't do this. We didn't do this. We need to sharpen up on this. Like, just take the W, dude. Hey, Coach Rector, did you hear the quote I shared?
Yeah. And I'm going to elaborate on that. And I've always told, and I think I might have mentioned this to you guys one time, because I think I remember hearing that conversation, and I was eavesdropping on that conversation on y'all. Is when you win, you put a target on your back. Now, being that, you know, with the history of Gray Hills, and we were doing well that year, right? We were winning. We were beating teams that normally blow Gray Hills out by 20, 30 points. We were going to their house and beating them by 20, 30 points. So when you get a target put on your back, there is no time for relax. Enjoy the win. Yeah, see, you know, you guys enjoyed the win. You guys are players. You guys went out there and played. But when you're a coach and you've gone through this, especially as an athlete, and you understand now, oh, that target just got bigger. Mm-hmm. So preparation is even greater. Now, when, you know, there's a loss, hey, guys, you know, you guys did your best and everything. But again, you want to get better? We got to get to the practice and get better. We just won. So-and-so just saw us won. I'm pretty sure they had scouts in there and most of our games. They had somebody there. How did they win? How did they beat this team? So we understood that there was a target getting bigger and bigger and bigger on our backs. That's why we did not let down. That's why you don't let down in life when you're succeeding. Mm-hmm. You know, right now you are a young man who is going up. You're on the succeed path. You got to understand you're putting a target on your back, and you got to now that, and you've heard this before. It's a cliche, but it's hard to get to the top. It's harder to stay on top. That is very, very true. Mm-hmm. And that's where we were at. And I think, I don't remember if I told Tom or if I told the other coach, Bizardi, did I say, hey, you know, this is what I heard from, and now I couldn't remember who it was. And now that you reminded me, it was you and Devin. And I think you guys were like 2 seats behind me when you guys were talking on the bus ride home. And I remember telling Coach Bizardi, and then he goes, yeah. He goes, we won. We had a good win. But who are we playing next? Do you remember? Do you remember the next game? Who is the next game?
Doesn't come to mind.
Williams. Remember, Williams only had 2 losses, and those 2 losses were to 4A schools. We were going to Williams.
Yeah.
We were going to be playing at Williams, and we took them down in their own house. Remember, they had those 2 big 6'6" guys? They were vivid. They were, oh man, I've never seen I never seen two big guys so upset getting beat by a bunch of little Navajos in my life. And that is the reason why we were like that, because we knew you guys had something special. And that's why we did not let down, because you guys had an opportunity to do something special that year, which you guys did.
Yeah. I remember we beat, and it was an up and coming program. Like, we beat Rough Rock, I think, but Coach Rector yelled at us because we beat him 99-69 or something, and Coach Rector yelled at us, telling us, why the hell are you why are you trying to drop triple digits on another team in their home gym? And the moral of that lecture was disrespect. Like, it's one thing to beat a team, but when you're in their home gym and you're trying to drop triple digits, at a point it was disrespect. And I remember Coach Rector getting after us, why are you trying to drop triple digits in somebody else's gym? Like, that was another one. Like we won. Why are you upset?
Going back to a story about not settling, where me and my son were talking about, Trajan was talking about this. He's like, Dad, remember all those tournaments you used to take me to? He had a pretty good Pee-wee team that he used to go around the reservation with, and he used to always win championship little hoodies and stuff like that. And it was hilarious. He remembers, he's like, everyone else was celebrating, but when we used to have the long drive home, I used to be crying.
Oh, poor kid.
And he's like, and I thank you to this day, because the long drives home were all about not the buckets made, it's all the things that I could be doing. Mm-hmm. So we come back on a Saturday evening, and he would understand what I was talking about. So he was like, Dad, let's go to the courts. Let's go work on what I needed to work on. And that was like, for him, he understood why. Don't settle for the wins, mm-hmm. because some of those wins didn't teach you everything that you to expose your weaknesses. Yeah. So he remembers to this day. He's like, I remember all the times our team won the championship, but on the way home I would be crying. I remember him like, used to always tell me what I need to work on, and I'm glad he stuck with that.
Uh-huh.
So
that's, oh man.
Yeah, I know where Trajan's coming from. That was me growing up. Especially when I got into high school, I got my growth spurt. I'm as a freshman, I'm dunking and all this and that. I'm having pretty good freshman year, and I found out right away. So now, again, a little background. I had an uncle who played at Yavapai, transferred to Nebraska. My youngest uncle. Mm-hmm. I have a cousin sister that I grew up, who was, just several years older than me, who had a great success at Navajo Academy, which is now Navajo Prep. And she goes on, and she's the starting point guard as a freshman for UNLV. So, I'm thinking, man, I'm big man on campus, but man, my mom, my aunts, my uncles, right away, they're telling me the things I did wrong. I was like, I'm a freshman. I just dropped 15 on Chun Li. I'm a freshman. I just dropped 22 on Winder Rock, and it was like, and it's right before church, after church, dinner at my grandma's. It was, Maya, you're not doing this. Maya, you're not doing that. You need to get better at this. I'm like, so I know exactly what Trajan was feeling. Because I got that every week. Because my family's pretty good size, and the family I've come from, we are huge in sports. So mm-hmm. in my family, we've had, I'd say, probably 12. I think the last time I counted, 12 of our family members who've gone on and played college sports, whether it was basketball, football, or cross country. So, wow. So that level of expectation was high, which means the level of critique was even higher. and that kind of goes back to what we saw in you guys that season, was we saw the level of the potential, and that's the reason why the level of critique was very high, because we understood that this team had an opportunity to play at the highest level, and have an opportunity to play for that golden ball. It's just happened the fact that we ended up playing a team that had 7 Division One recruits, which was totally unfair. And we just end up running to that, and that's going to happen in life. You still use that as an opportunity for learning, because no matter what you do in life, you're always going to run into something that is, how would you say, I wouldn't say unbeatable, but a challenge that you just look at and like, holy cow, I was not ready for that.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's a lesson, and you think about those guys that we had that year, and the guys who played in that particular game, right?
Yeah.
How many of them are struggling in life right now? And I keep up an air, I lost contact with you for a little bit, but I still talk to Devin. I still talk to Tyler. I still talk to, I still talk to the guys, through Facebook or Messenger and stuff like that. And they seem to be doing good in life.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to me, it had to do with that particular game, because they ran into a challenge that was like, oh my gosh. And guess what's a bigger challenge than that? Life, man. Hey, I walked off the court and I played Westwood Prep. I'm good. I survived. I can survive anything.
Yeah. One thing I remember about Westwood Prep is all season long we played against a bunch of these res teams where your defense was kind of structured. Pick them up at the 3-point line, because they're either going to shoot or they're not going to go beyond 3-4 feet. And then we show up and we have Chris Thomas from Westwood Prep, who's 6'6", shooting guard. And it wasn't me, but we were at the 3-point line and we're waiting for this guy to come down. He literally, I think he sizes up Devin. He just looks at Devin's feet and he's 6-7 feet away from the 3-point line. Devin's waiting and Chris Thomas just pulls up and nothing but net. This guy was ridiculous. Oh man! But did you hear about Chris Thomas?
No.
He.
I think for me, I always tell this to my son. And he's probably heard it in every locker room, pregame, halftime, postgame. He's heard a lot while he was playing for Windrock this past season. That, and Rector touched on it too, about preparation.
Mm-hmm.
When we prepare, I'm confident.
Yeah.
When we build in our practices, we build confidence in you, that every little thing is touched upon, every defensive closeouts to where we contest and we box out, so we prepare, even on the offensive side. So when we walk into any gym, I know we're confident. When we walk out on that floor, when I see you guys confident, it makes me confident. Mm-hmm. And that just makes me better. And for me, going back to that game, if we had the 3 players, and I tell those players too,
yep.
I said, if we had those 3 players that we lost that game from something that always happens, it's just a teenage. Yep, it's just a teenage thing.
Yep.
If we had those 3 players, I was that confident that we can beat any team in that bracket, wherever they put us.
Yeah.
And to this day, I still believe that. That's how confident I was that season, because you guys made me that confident.
Yeah.
So it wasn't an ego thing. It was just how we were set. We were built to beat any team.
Yeah.
It might have been by 2, it might have been by 10. But if we had that same team going into a Westman Prep because I felt like they settled into a 2-3 zone that our offense would have just picked them apart. We would have had guys shooting threes from the corner. We would have had people cutting into that free throw line, hitting mid range.
Yeah.
We would have broke up that 2-3 zone like it was nothing. So to me, when people say, "Oh yeah, they had this," no, guess what we had?
Yeah.
Guess what we had? And like I said, in the scorebooks, yeah, it'll show us losing by 50 or 60 points, but I was just that confident. To me, if we were to play that game with the same group of, what do you call it?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I think we would have competed to where we actually could have made it all the way, and we were on that. Then, like Rector said, we could have won it. We could have brought that gold ball back to Gray Hills.
Yeah.
Because that's how confident I was with the group that we built. Because that group really, really had to learn how to play together.
Yeah, we had a lot of emotions that year.
We had a lot of people who were talented kids but needed to learn how to play in a system.
Mm-hmm.
And I give a lot of credit to Devin, as a freshman.
Yeah.
And I remember coaching him his 6th grade year, yelling at him. 6th grade, he was probably, 11, 12? And I was yelling at him.
Same height.
Yeah, and then so when he came as a freshman, he knew my offense, he knew my defense, he knew the expectations.
Yeah.
And I remember we had Sheldon Shepard. I still enjoyed Sheldon's game, but he was he probably could say to this day he was stubborn.
Yeah.
He did not want to do things we were telling him. So every time he acted up, Devin was the next go-to guy, and all Devin did was just run the offense, play defense, play within the system, and he did well. And the team did well. And I remember you would see Sheldon sitting at the end of the bench, and every time he called timeout, he was moved closer and closer to us, right, Coach Rector?
Yep.
He would come because he was missing out on what was good. So it came to the point to where he had to buy into the system, and I'm glad. Like I said, I give credit to Devin for making him understand that the game is simple if you just run the offense and do what you need to do on defense. So that whole year, the whole season was all about building a system, and I think we hit it at the right time, and all of a sudden Sheldon bought in, and basically he became a point guard that he needed to be. So I think, like I said, Devin providing and showing them that you don't have to have talent. You just got to run the system the way it should be. And I remember it was like a breeze for us to just coach him. After that, was able to have him speak freely with us.
What do you remember about that year?
I lost you.
What do you remember about that particular game?
I lost audio on you guys.
Oh,
We can still hear you.
Yeah.
We can still hear you. But like I said, it took a
I
lot.
lost audio on you.
Can you hear us though?
I think he lost our audio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think for me was, like I said, the success now, and looking back, I remember talking with Sheldon and Brandon one evening, and I remember I was teaching. I think it was coming out of the building. It was late, like 8:30, 9 o'clock. I remember walking out of the building because I was getting ready for either for a class or something. No, let me take that back. It was during the season, and I was carrying a bunch of basketballs, exit a building, exit a gym, and I seen two guys walk up to me. I didn't even know who they were. And I remember it was they pulled off their hoods, and it was Sheldon and Brandon.
Yeah.
And man, just for them to give me the biggest hug, that, like I said, that's the most important thing for me, that they understood that I was going to care and love them for who they are and what they're going to become. And for me to just enjoy that hug, hold on to them, and just understand, hey man, I'm still here with you, for you guys. I'm still your biggest supporters. In life.
I actually played against Franco in college. I played at the net college. He played at Sippy, and it was cool because I didn't know and he didn't know we were there, and he still had his, I think it was number 44 jersey, that oversized jersey he had. He had that at Sippy, and I was sitting down somewhere, and he like grabbed me by the shoulders. It was cool. It was a warm embrace just seeing him. But we talked about that game, that season, while we were supposed to play against each other, and it was rough. But he was like, "You think we could have done it?" And I was like, "Heck yeah, dude!" When we were in the tunnel before the game, we had like the refs and other teams asking us like, "What do you guys do?" Why, like basically asking us why we were there, and some of the players were telling us like, "Oh, this is the team that beat Williams," because I didn't play that game. But they were saying this is the team that beat Williams, and I remember hearing that you guys just wiped the floor with Williams during the first round, right?
I believe it was the second or third round.
Yeah, well, I didn't play that. You guys wiped the floor with Williams, and that was the talk of the tunnel. And so they were asking us like, "What's your plan to handle Westwind and Chris Thomas?" But as I was saying, did you hear about Chris Thomas? He was a sophomore when we played against him. His freshman year, he played in like New York, and then he transferred his sophomore year to Westwind. After they beat us, he went to Colorado. And I think for his senior year, he got into trouble, like at Washington. And so they asked him why he was trading school so much. And he said that he does that so that he doesn't get attached to people or things like that. He doesn't get distracted, basically. So his method of coping with the outside interference was jumping schools. But he got into trouble, and because he was transferring so much, his credits didn't cross over, and he wasn't allowed to play. Like he had signed to, I think, Tennessee or Kentucky or something that year we played him, his sophomore year. He had committed to them, but because of his skipping or hopping schools, the colleges basically rescinded their offers, and he ended up playing like junior college somewhere, and he did get into some drug trouble. So I was telling my wife, I was like, I could have been saying I played against that guy. He plays for like the Detroit Pistons or something. I don't know. But he was supposed to be that crazy. So just a heads up, coach. I had to take down the camera. The camera died on us, so I think that's why you can't hear us. I don't know, but excuse me. 3 major concepts stuck with me after playing under you, and it was consistency, accountability, and character. Where did you decide that those 3 were, or I don't know if it's what you think is the most important, but that's what I pulled from your program.
I think you refer back to your own life experiences, because as growing as a young man, I had kids at a younger age.
Oh, can you pull the mic a little closer?
Yeah, I was at a younger age. I had kids. I would consider myself being a teenage parent. I told my daughter that also. The reason why is because I wanted kids early, so I can spend some time with them while I'm still young and have my back still good. But I think the experiences I went through is basically what I don't want my players and my kids to go through. So all of my failures that I feel like I failed in life, I didn't want that to happen to you guys. So it was more of protecting you guys. It's just the way I protect my own kids, knowing that how life is, how society is going to treat you, how how you're going to be foreseen when you leave high school or when you leave the reservation. And if you can be consistent in being who you are, you should be okay on the reservation, off the reservation, or out of state. And that was one thing I wanted to make sure, that your character is always going to be the same. That you're you're a true and honest person to yourself first.
Yeah.
And then people will be able to gravitate towards you. And so character is one thing, and to be consistent with your character.
Yeah.
Because as an educator and also as a high school coach, you walk a fine line.
Mm-hmm.
You're like on a balance beam. You may tip one way and you're off balance, and people look for the unbalance in your life.
Yeah.
That's one thing I always try to say, find some balance in your life, because if you tip one way, someone could push you a little further, and then all of a sudden you end up, falling. And it's hard to bounce back. So you got to learn how to balance like for me, it was, I had to balance myself to be a father,
mm-hmm.
to be a teacher, to be a coach, and just a person in society. You had to learn how to balance all four of them. And that's one thing that's really difficult for any type of educator, because you could lose your job for doing something that people perceive is not the right way. That's
mm-hmm.
not what my kid should not be seeing, or my kid should not be hearing. You're a role model basically in the community.
Yeah.
So you have to walk a fine line, and that was the hardest thing for me. And so going back to you guys, everything that was done to me, all of the criticism and all of these things, I didn't want you guys to go through that. That's why I was trying to teach you guys to become and be respectable young men. So if someone was to come at you guys and to say all this criticism to you guys,
mm-hmm.
you guys would be able to manage it.
Yeah.
Don't empower other people to use that against you. And I've always said that in school also, when you guys were student athletes, I always tell them how you're seen in the classroom,
mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden those teachers, if you're being a knucklehead in class, that's how they will always perceive you as. And that's why I always tell you guys, if you don't know how to be a student in the classroom, how are you going to be a student in the gym?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know how to listen in the classroom, listen to your teachers, how are you going to listen to me?
Yeah.
So it basically goes hand in hand, is that you got to be consistent everywhere. At home, how to be a son, how to be a daughter,
mm-hmm.
how to be a student in the classroom, how to be a person in society, and then when you come to my gym, how to be a student of the game.
Yeah.
And that's one thing, is you got to be consistent in all those environments. And that's why I always try to teach you guys to be consistent everywhere, your character and basically how you carry yourself. Because if you know how to manage yourself,
mm-hmm.
then basically people won't be able to, they'll try to find flaws in you. But you know who you are. You know what you've done. You know what you said. And that's what's empowering you guys, is that I was protecting you guys from all the criticism that you will receive. And the main thing I want you guys to understand is, don't make that excuse of why you're failing.
True.
You know what you've done, in life,
mm-hmm.
and also in sports. You know what you've done in the game.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody else tell you what you're doing wrong. That's the empowerment I wanted you guys to understand, is that you know what you did wrong, and you know what to do to get better.
Yep.
So that was my main thing about consistency, being, having that character wherever you go, and how
mm-hmm. you
manage yourself as a person.
And I think that last part you touched on really focuses on accountability. I remember my Aunt Lena was wanting to chew you guys out. She hated how in her mind I was yelled at more than everybody else, or her idea, her mindset was that I was being bullied by my coaches. And she would ask me like, why do you put up with it? Why this? Why that? And like you said, it's because I knew what I was doing wrong. I knew I was messing up. I knew what I was doing wasn't working. And so she wanted to like chew you guys out, and I stopped her. And I told her like, you can't be doing that. You can't be trying to fight my fights for me. Like, I know what I'm doing wrong. And that's the portion of accountability I picked up from you guys.
And I think that's basically empowering you, like you said, to fight your own fights. You know what I'm saying? Like after high school, they're not going to follow you to your job.
Yeah.
Your aunt's not going to tell your boss, you know, why are you doing this to my kid? Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I said. I try to protect you guys, to basically build you guys for life after high school, and to be able to be accountable of your own actions and the results of those. Yeah, it might have been done. I may have done something wrong. Let me own up to it, and let me, say if it's a job, basically, you know what you done. How can you correct it and be consistent in fixing that? So, but that's the thing that I think with a lot of parents don't understand is that what is needed for the kid. That was the main thing, because with coaching you needed that. To me, I think you needed that discipline. You needed that alertness. You needed to always stay on top of your game, because you needed assistance for your surroundings of what is, in the game, what we needed to help you, compared to someone like Devin or Clayton. They didn't need to be yelled at, because they already knew automatically and they could respond quickly. But for you needed that consistent alertness. And so, like I said, everybody's needs are different, because in my early years of coaching, there were some guys that I needed to just go and just let them have it.
Yep. And
then there were other kids that I just say, just pulled it aside. Did you know what you did wrong? And they said, yeah, I got it. I got you, coach.
Yep.
So there is different needs for different kids. And so when I played in high school, it was always boom, 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 boom. Like, you did this, you did that. Okay, all right, I got you, coach.
Yeah.
That was it, plain and simple. So I think that's one thing parents don't understand, is the relationship between coach and player, and that's where they find the flaws. They think there's flaws in it, that they don't have a good relationship.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get
Rector back on.
Yeah. I sent him a direct message, so apparently we can still hear his audio. He just can't hear us.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe if you call him.
Okay. Yeah. So, consistency, accountability, and character to me is kind of one of those things that you can't have one without the other. If you're consistent, you, in a sense, you automatically have accountability, because you're for example, I always like to use math in this situation. If you're constantly your multiplication, when it comes for division, that accountability is already there. Because if you know your multiplication, you know your division. You just kind of have to kind of shift your gears into a smaller perspective, which in turns builds your character. All right. So the more consistency you have in trying to get better, whether it's sports, whether it's education, whether it's just in life, getting better as a person, getting better as a father, getting better as a son, getting better as a daughter, mother, or so forth. If you're trying to get better, that accountability comes with the territory. But at the same time, you have to understand where the accountability is targeted to. Is it targeted into a whole relationship? Is it targeted into growth for an individual. A lot of times is it growth for kids or grandkids or someone special in your life. Okay, so that accountability has to be targeted in a positive manner, to yourself, to somebody else, which in turn builds character. And a lot of times, and that's what you see, and you talked about Coach K, and I'm with Tom on this one. I'm a big, huge Coach K fan. I respect him a lot. As far as the Duke name, not so much. Okay, I can hear you guys now. So you look at Coach K, his consistency of his program, right? But not just basketball wise. You look at him at what he does in his personal life. It's very consistent. Okay. Which helps him is he has a military background. He went to West Point. So that consistency built his accountability. So now when these big allegations, it's not just in basketball, but also football, these allegations come along. He has to be accountable for whatever comes about towards his program. And then at the end, his character will show. Okay. And, as a college coach, especially if you're a top tier program, it doesn't matter if you're Duke, doesn't matter if you're Kentucky, Kansas, U of A, doesn't matter if you're Alabama football, Clemson football, right?
Yeah.
You have to have accountability. You have to have consistency. So when allegations do come around about, a lot of times it's about recruiting, and a lot of the recruiting issues is about money, your true character will show. And that's the reason why, Coach Yusefsky, Calipari, Bill Self, his name already slipped my mind, the football coach, Alabama.
Saban.
Yep.
Yeah, Nick Saban. Their character is it going to be tainted because they're trying to do their best they can to do it the right way. And that's why they're constantly successful. Whether they're producing NBA players, whether they're winning conference championships, they're getting deep into the NCAA tournament, okay? And that's why they're constantly successful, because they're trying to do it the right way. And because they're trying to do it the right way, I'm going to go back to what I told you. When you're successful, you put a bigger target on your back, right? Yeah. And that's why you have the Kansas, you have Duke, you have Kentucky, you have North Carolina, you have U of A, you have Clemson, you have Clemson football, Alabama football, Ohio State football. Their targets are massive because of the consistency they have. And so that's why these allegations keep coming up on these programs, because they're constantly consistent and they see the wins and losses. These people that are coming at them, they see the wins and losses. They don't see the constant grind of the daily, day in and day out, of how these coaches mold these kids to become better basketball players, but more importantly, better people. If you look at, I'd say in the last 10 years, the players that came out of these four basketball programs, I can't think of one person who isn't, they're doing well on the basketball court, but have you heard anything negative about their personal lives? For me, I haven't really heard anything other than like a speeding ticket or, having a scuffle at a restaurant. That's about the only things I can remember. So when you're consistent, you build that accountability, your true character comes out at the end. And that's what these coaches instill in their players. And that's kind of the things that, and again, this is where Tom and I have, we're very in tune with each other, is because we believe the same way. And I believed the same way before I got to know when I've read books, like Coach said, books about these successful coaches. I've already had that in my life because of the influences I've had early on in my life. And so when I got to college, I saw those same characteristics in my coaches. And so, my college coaches, they're no, I don't call them, I still call them coach for that respect. But yet it's funny how, like my coach from my junior and senior year, he'll text me out of the blue and just ask me about how my daughters are doing. And in turn, I'll ask him about how his kids are doing, because they were little kids when I was in college. And so I got to know his kids. I got to, so in a sense, we became family because of the consistency, the accountability that he put on himself and on us. And then the characters at the end, the character that comes out. And that's kind of, so I've been fortunate in my life to have met people who have similar ideals as I do. Now, do we view certain things differently? Yes, we do, because we're different people. But the basic, the real fundamental of what we believe in is very similar. And, I'm very fortunate to have met Tom, very fortunate to have met his brother. We're brothers, My wife and I, we're very similar in this sense, and so my kids are very fortunate to have that consistency from us. And the kids that I've coached and the kids that I've taught, I do my best to give them those same things. And from what I've seen, a lot of my former players, going back to when I was a JV coach at Ganado, when Coach Bizardi was an assistant with under Rubal. Back then, I've seen those former players. They're doing well in life. They're being accountable to themselves and to their family, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, I think so. Taking those three aspects from you guys' program and applying it to my life, it started to make me think about the mindset and what it took to teach me those things. And I started to realize another, I don't know, it might have been your intention during the program, but one thing I did mention when I was communicating with you was the unintentional correlation that you guys had showed me between time, pain, and reward. Now, I think this goes back to persistence. I would think in the mindset I was trying to help mold when I would coach is this same correlation between time, pain, and reward. The reward, like we said earlier, it's not something you're trying to achieve. The reward of winning and the joy of basketball comes naturally. But there's two catalysts, and I believe it was time and pain. And I started to realize this, when we were sprinting, those end of the practice sprints or the ones in the beginning to get us going. When you're at the line, you put your head down and you start to think like, I can't do this. Your body starts to question your actions, and your brain is like, let's just throw the towel in. And again, correlating with persistence, but I started to realize that this isn't going to last forever. It just one more. And so when we would sprint one more, I would get back to the line and we'd be doing another one. And I would have to tell myself again, like, it's not going to last forever. That everything has a start and everything always has an end. So this correlation between, or this catalyst of time and pain, no matter how much it burned, no matter how much it hurt, I knew it had to end. I just had to train myself mentally to endure these things. And so when you put these two catalysts together, with a positive influence, The reward came when we would step onto that court, and the whistle and the tip off would go. But I don't know if this is what you guys were trying to accomplish, but this is something that I thought of outside the gym. I call it the unintentional correlation between time, pain, and reward. What are your thoughts?
For me, I think you hit the key word. I think for me, it's endurance. How can you endure these things that we put you guys through? I think that goes with anything. I wanted you guys to be convinced that you can work through any obstacle in life, that you're going to be put through these pains. And I tell you guys, I've also struggled in life. Mm-hmm. I want you guys to understand the pain I've gone through, and I was still able to overcome that pain, and be in a mindset to where if I continuously work on a day-to-day basis, if I continuously grind on a day-to-day basis, that pain is no longer going to be there.
Yep.
So when you get into the practices, I wanted you guys to feel that emotional and a physical pain. So it no longer becomes pain. Mm-hmm. It becomes a part of something that in your mind, the mentality. That's why we always tell you guys, you got to be mentally tough.
Yeah.
You got to be able to endure and overcome these obstacles, knowing that when you go into any type of competition, I've already passed it. I've already surpassed what I've wasn't in my mind I couldn't do, but I know why I'm preparing myself. Yeah. Even though I'm not running sprints up and down the court, it's not aerobic. Basketball is not an aerobic sport. It's anaerobic. You're gonna have those little spurts. Mm-hmm. A quick fast break, a quick defensive transition. Those preparing to do those things. So my main thing with any type of coaching I've done in my past is to be able to get on the mentality side, and that's to be able to control and manage your emotions.
Yeah.
That was my main intentional thing, was to make sure you understand the emotions and it hurts. Mm-hmm. When is it going to stop? Those are the pains I wanted you guys to see, because I wanted you guys to build confidence in yourselves, knowing that you can overcome this. And I think that's one main thing I always stress, because like I said, when I know that you're confident, and I look at my athletes and I know that they're confident, then I feel confident. It's basically a vice versa thing. Mm-hmm. And that's why I always thank you guys after every game in the locker room or after practice. And me and Rector, we do this a lot. We hug our players after practice. We hug them after a win or a loss. We always hug our players.
Yep.
Because we know what we've done. We challenged our bodies, and we know that we do need that support.
Yeah.
So for me, it was intentional just to make you guys build confidence in what you're capable of coming. And that's one main thing is we try to stress is what you are capable of becoming. Mm-hmm. Don't be complacent with what you already can do.
Yeah.
We want to know what you can become.
Yep.
Rector?
Yeah, I'm kind of basically on the same tune as Tom here. Is and I always tell, and for me, I'm and Tom, it's funny when Tom lets me do practices, he always enjoys my quotes. I got this from it's one of my favorite movies is The Replacements with Keanu Reeves. There at the end, he says, "Pain is temporary, glory is forever," right?
Yeah.
And that's and I always tell and I think I mentioned it to you guys one time, but it wasn't that particular quote. And where I got that from initially was from Coach Saban. He always says, "I'm not looking to see how physically tough you are. I'm looking to see how mentally tough you are." Mm-hmm. Because you can stop the pain. You do your sprints, you do your lifts, we go into the drills, because you can stop that pain by, again, going back to consistency, persistence. Like you said, you consistently persist in your drills and you try to become better. That pain goes away. partly because your muscles, okay, your muscles get used to it.
Yep.
And then, of course, your body gets better. But how much mental pain can you take and come back for more the next day?
Yep.
And that's an intentional thing that coaches do. And, because, and again, this came from, for me, a lot of my quotes, they're from old school, John Wooden, Jim Thorpe, Michael Johnson, the old school guys, is if you're satisfied with yesterday, you're not getting better today. If you're satisfied, you finally got rid of that pain. You can do this on a consistent basis. You can do 20 sprints and yes, you're tired, but you're not hurting. Okay. If you're afraid to do 21, you're not getting better. And that's what I think, we pushed a lot was how much can you take mentally?
Yep.
Because we knew how much you guys can take painfully because we challenge you guys every day, but how much mentally. And to me, I want to go back, before I got cut off, Tom was talking about Devin. For me, when I saw the team change, I saw Sheldon gearing towards that way, and we started getting better offensively. To me, when we got better as a team and, that confidence that I had, that I said, you know what, we have an opportunity to bring that ball back. We have an opportunity to do something very special here, was when Franco started playing defense. Not individual defense. He was pretty athletic to play when he started playing team defense.
Yeah.
I remember him coming off the court, and I don't remember who he was talking to. He was talking to two guys, and he was saying, hey, when I come to help, when that screen is there, I'm going to be there to help you. I will be there for a split second. Hurry up and get through so I can get back to my guy, because remember, I'm guarding a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
I remember that. I don't remember who we were playing, but I remember that's when in my back of my mind, I said, because who was the hardest guy that we tried to get to play team defense? That was Franco. And once he started playing team defense, that was, to me, that was the missing key. Because, yes, he was probably one of our most talented offensive players. We could get consistently 15, 20 out of him, but could he stop somebody?
Yeah.
And when he got in that mentality, that, that defensive mentality inside of him, I said, oh my gosh, choice different words. In the back of my mind, I said, we're going to do something now.
Yeah.
And sure enough, Sheldon started playing that point guard. And it's so funny when he got in tune to what we were trying to do with him, his scoring went up.
Yep.
His steals went up. At the same time, his minutes went up. It shot through the roof. And there were times after practice when Tom, what was the other assistant coach that we had?
Rector,
what was his name?
Bizardi and Bennett.
Yep.
Bennett, yeah. We'd be sitting there after practice and we were trying to figure out, okay, we need to get Devin in, because Devin was he was going up too. We had to start figuring out how to get Devin into rotation, because Sheldon and Franco were so consistent about about them getting better that it was hard for us to shut Sheldon down, because he was, his play just got so much better.
Yeah.
And if you noticed, there was you, Devin, and who was the other guy? Minutes were going up, and we had to forcefully reduce some of the other guys' minutes, which I think they understood. We never told them, but they understood. And when we went to Peoria, what was Devin's brother's name? Ty. Yep. Ty, he comes up to you, he goes, Coach, I'm tired. I need somebody to sub for me. Remember, he was guarding that guy that just could shoot lights out?
Yeah.
And I don't remember who went in for him. somebody went in for him, and he grabbed. He goes, "Hey, that guy's shooting, man. You better get your game on." And then he goes back in and he shut that guy down. And the conversation I remember was Sheldon, Ty, and what's the other guy's name? Yeah, I can't remember his name. He was one of our. No, not Brandon. The other guy.
There's Clayton.
He was Clayton.
Yeah.
They're walking, and I remember they're walking, and Franco was in front of them, and they're just talking. I have no idea what the conversation was, but they were talking, going back on the court, and that guy did not make another shot when Ty went back in. And I was like, man, yeah, I sat there. I didn't say nothing. I just sat there. I was like, dang, we're going to win this game. We're going to be celebrating. We're going to be getting ready for West One Prep. And again, that's mental pain that you guys had to go through. The mental pain that we had to go through from the very beginning. And you guys, and it was a beautiful thing to watch. And I've seen that not just with you guys, some of the other teams that I've coached, the 2 teams that we coached at Tuba, especially that first year. Oh my gosh, did we go through so much pain, mental pain. But at the end, when you saw Nicole Yellow, Angel, Jess, Jamie, who's the other that we had? Starting 5. Can't remember who the 5th one was, but man, you saw them.
Jamie.
It was like watching the 95 Bulls walking on the court, because you just knew that, there was just going to be that moment like, oh my gosh, we're going to be going out. We got to start looking to prepare for the next team. And that's, like that group and you guys, that was what we saw. And in turn, guess what it does for Coach Bizardi? Guess what it does for us?
What's that?
We're talking about accountability. We're talking about character. Now we have to challenge ourselves because you guys are challenging us now. Before, we were challenging you. Now you guys got to that point where you're challenging us. We have to get better. We have to prepare so we can challenge you guys back. So it ends up becoming like a tennis match. Okay, hey, we just challenged you. Okay, I see your challenge. I'm going to challenge you. And that was, that's kind of, for me, that's the reward I get. Those are my rewards, is the fact that, you get that little back and forth game with your players of, hey, you challenged me here. Got it. Now it's your turn.
I think a lot of the pain happened at practice. I think I don't want to say my skill set, but my basketball IQ, I think a lot of that was attributed to Franco, because when it wasn't the season, he and I at 3:30 were out on the concrete. We were playing at the courts, and all the way until it was time to check in at the dorm. We ate dinner, and then after dinner we were back out on the court. And he taught a lot as far as using your body, and he would sit there and coach me, do this and do that. But when it came to like that mental toughness and that pain, a lot of it came from you guys. Bennett a lot, because by Clan, he and I were brothers, and man, he pulled me aside. He gave me an earful. It's funny. I was telling my wife about how when I actually went to Gray Hills because I was following a girl. And my whole life, like my role models, my uncle, my best friends, they were all going to MV. So I was set on going to MV. I was going to be a freshman there, and I didn't care about sports. So my freshman year rolls around, and I go to Gray Hills. I play on the team, and lucky for me, because I suck so bad, they don't cut freshmen at Gray Hills. I had a cousin who went to MV. He got cut. He was very talented, way more athletic than I was, and he got cut from MV. So at Gray Hills, I don't get cut. sophomore year rolls around, and I don't know what Boone saw, but he didn't cut me again. And junior year rolls around, and I adopt, or you guys adopt us under your system. And that's where I think a lot of the molding came from, as far as the mental toughness and the basketball IQ, the conversations, how our parents hated it that our game ended at 8:00, but we didn't leave the locker room till about like 9:30, and it was because you guys were talking to us. And and it's funny, like my aunt, again, the main one, like, what's taking so long, why this, why that. And it was like, you barely played, do you have to sit through it? And I told her, I said, I have to. It's that camaraderie that you guys taught me. But back to my original point, I think if I went to MV, I have no idea where I'd be. I'd probably be some like idiot. I don't know. Elsewhere, my life would be ridiculously different. But I think for that, I just wanted to say thank you. On a side note, I appreciate like everything you guys did for me. So aside from what we did as a team, I want to ask you guys a couple of questions. What do you think about today's work ethic, or the mentality shift? Have you seen a culture shift in the decade as far as today's youth? Because I think for me, when I was playing, so me and my brother, right? My brother, do you remember Cordell?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he was a freshman. He played like half a semester under you. Then he got in trouble. So he's always been ridiculously talented as far as basketball. He could pick up darts and he'd be professional. Just ridiculously athletic, tremendously talented at anything he does. And the dude is a teddy bear. You flick him and he falls. He'll pull a LeBron flop. He'll lay there. He'll groan, moan until somebody comes and picks him up and whatnot. But me, when I played, do you remember that time I busted my head when we were playing at flag? Mm-hmm. Dude, my brother was so pissed, he wanted to yell at you too. But I told him, like, I wanted to play, I wanted to keep playing, because with the background that I had, the lack of minutes, the lack of this, I always wanted every minute I could get on the court. So my mentality was that I would, I don't want to say sacrifice my body, but I just sucked it up. I dealt with it, and I had this big old gash on my head. We had a Band-Aid, some skin glue, and taped the heck out of it, and I played the next game like that. And telling my family about this, you couldn't see that in today's game. A little kid bumps his head, or a student, high school student, any student bumps their head, and they're out for 2 weeks waiting for a concussion test, and got to get cleared by the doctors, cleared by the athletic trainer, coach has to sign this and that, and then they can get back on the court. By then they've missed 2.5 weeks of games. That's all the culture shift that I've seen. My brother's I don't know, 6 or 7 years younger than me. Even just that small time frame, the mentality that comes with today's youth. Have you guys seen a difference in the way your ability to talk to kids? Can you say what you said 10 years ago to an up-and-coming sophomore today?
Through my years of coaching from my first year to now, the game has changed because of safety protocols. The athletic director has always informed me about the procedures of what they need to do. Mm-hmm. So in the back of my mind, it's always about safety issues. It's always been about safety issues with me.
Yeah.
But now that we're held highly accountable now because of the safety measurements of what, like the policies now in school districts and stuff like that, just like a gash, you were talking about a gash over your eyes, you would be sitting out, you wouldn't be playing or suiting up the next game. You would be taken to hospital, and then until you're cleared, or you're cleared by a doctor, and we put you in right at the next game. I remember that. And so now it's all about accountability. The school is accountable for or liable for everything that happens. So it's basically has to go like the school does not want to be sued.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with me. You know, if I put a kid in there, like in your situation, I probably would have got sued. You know, so I look back at it and like there are a lot of things that could have happened in my early years of my young coaching career to now to where now I have noticed the change of me. I've changed because of the safety protocols and stuff like that. And so like this past or like last year, I had a kid that bumped his head. It wasn't a concussion. It was just a safety protocol, and they refs wouldn't let him back in.
Damn.
There's just a lot of things that have changed with just basically the safety protocol of the policies. So I think it's, like I said, for me, it's just to cover our behinds. And I totally understand where that comes because we work for the school district. You know, we work for the school, and the school does not want to be sued for anything and lose money.
Yeah.
Those are the kids, you know, so I totally understand that it's kind of like a business aspect.
Yep.
Because back then, I remember players and this is like my first year coaching. I remember we used to have kids who used to tweak their ankles, and we used to just drag them off the floor, you know, and because they're in the way, you know, and we just move them to the side. And so we weren't really worried about that because we used to say walk it off and, you know, just the basic stuff. And then a kid would bump their head on maybe the floor or something, and they would just kind of just scratch it away, kind of a thing, and then just try to get better and walk it off. So nowadays, you know, we're held at a higher accountability of the kids, and you never know, you know. So I understand that from the policy part.
Yep.
We just have to be safe, and like I said, it's not our team, it's not our personal team, so we have to respect the district's mandates and, you know, their things. So
yep.
And it's the same thing with a college, NBA, or NFL. There's so many things about safety because any team could be sued, and they could be, you know, getting millions, and that's what it is. It comes the business part is they could be sued for millions of dollars, and so they have to follow a certain protocol. So yeah, it has changed, and I've noticed my coaching style has changed also. So I kind of more about. I always think about my boss. My boss, you know, my boss gave me a job. I don't want him to lose his job.
Yep.
So that's kind of like the way I kind of perceive it as.
Gotcha.
Rector?
I'm on this with Tom. It's a safety issue. But the thing about it, though, is if, again, you go back to some of the questions that you've asked, you know, consistency, you know, accountability and character. If you are a high character person, if you're a high consistent person, and, you know, Tom talked about it too earlier about constantly challenging himself every day to grind. You know, yes, we have these safety protocols, and, you know, we do need them. Because if you think about it, athletes today are more, they're more trained by the time they get to the freshman year in high school. They've gone through some training. You know, for me, I didn't start training until I got to high school. You know, I mean, I would go run, I do push-ups, sit-ups, but to get in a weightlifting program, I didn't do that until I was a freshman. Now you're getting athletes who are starting to do that around 6th, 7th grade. So when they do get to the high school level, their bodies are stronger. So when those impacts do happen, they are more than what it was 10 years ago. You know what I mean? So those safety protocols are very important, you know. But again, as coaches, that's a challenge for us. How can we continue? How can we keep the safety of our players, but still get them physically tough, mentally tough, and prepared for competition? And if you're passionate about what you do, you will find a way. You will keep that accountability front and center, but at the same time, build your program to where you're getting the best out of your kids, where you're getting, you know, the best, you know, out of yourself and your coaching staff. And to me, the one key issue I think has changed a lot. And for me, it was never a problem, because I've taught myself at a young age how to communicate. To me, the big word is communication. How can you communicate to your athletes? And of course, we're dealing with high school athletes. How can you communicate to the athletes' parents or guardians? How can you communicate to your bosses, your administrators, about how to expand your program? Of course, always the right way, but continually keeping it safe. And, to me, that's where the change has been. As far as, players being physically tougher, again, I don't think it's the fact that it's I think the players are physically tougher. It's just that they've started at a younger age. To me, what has changed is the mental toughness of players. Is it, today it's so easy to just say, I quit. I don't want to do that no more, but yet not be kicked off the team. To me, that's where I've seen the change. I've seen, for example, when I was at Ganado, I had Jamal Coleman, 6'8", half Navajo, half Black kid, very talented, a lot of up ceiling for him. He wanted to get better. And, it wasn't the fact that I broke him. It was the fact that he understood what it meant to get better. He had to change his entire mindset about himself. A little bump. Oh, coach, my hip hurts. I was like, dude, you want to play college ball? You're going to get hit by kids twice that size. It's not just going to be your hip. It's going to be your hip, your shoulder, and your knee. So you have to learn how to endure it. So I didn't break him. I just kind of, tweaked his mentality, and he ended up going to college and playing, and he had a very successful college career. And, again, keeping him safe, especially, I don't know if you guys seen him, tall, lanky kid, you walk under him, he'd trip on you. And he wasn't fragile or nothing. It's just that because he was catered, that he was so tall that people thought he was weak. He wasn't weak. Yeah. It's just somebody put it in his brain that he was. And that's where I think the shift has become, is the fact that the mental toughness of our kids these days is I wouldn't say diminishing. It's just people are putting the wrong things in their heads. You know what I mean? Yep. And it's not their fault. It's the people who's teaching them's fault. And so when they come to coaches like, Tom and I, some other coaches, not just here on the res, but, just coaches in general, they have to change that mindset. And today it's, you can't break a child down no more. When I was in high school, we got broken down. We got broken down. Our coaches could talk to us, yell at us, anything they wanted, and we couldn't go running to mommy and daddy and say, hey, coach said this to us. Because if we did, guess what? We were gone. We are no longer on the team. Mm-hmm. And so, but today, you have to work with the kids more. Again, that's the challenging part. You can't break them down no more. You can encourage them to change your mindset. And that's all, and to me, that's actually, in the long run, that's better. You know what I mean? Because, again, like with you guys, look where we're at. We're here on a podcast. You're coming back to us. You have that respect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To me, I'm never going to go back to my high school coach and say, hey, you did this for me. No. He was mean. He was a good coach. Don't get me wrong. But I never had that. I'll never have that love for him like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I will never, if I see him in the mall, I'll probably just wave to him across the hall. I will never, ever go up to him and give him a hug.
Yeah, that's kind of the point that I was leading at. That's what I see. I 100% agree with Rector. I feel like in today's society, media and in general, well, society in general coddles kids. I think, and like you said, that Jamal Cole, I feel like that was the same case with my brother. Like my brother, he was tall for his size, tall for the res and where he came from. He has good genes, good athletic mindset, and that's what my uncles did, and that's what his mom did. They knew that he was so talented and so good that they didn't want him to get hurt. They didn't want to ruin his chances of being somebody or doing something amazing. And he knew he had minutes. He could hop on a men's tournament or a youth tournament or anything, and he knew he was going to get minutes. He knew he was good enough to play, and so he knew he was going to get minutes. I didn't have that, and I had uncles that were really, really mean. So that mixed with like my desire to play and the fear of losing minutes or the fear of losing the opportunity is what kept me on the court. And I in my opinion, our group had a really, I don't say we had good mental toughness, but there were certain players who had that same desire. Like it was a fear of not being on the court. And I agree with Rector. I think nowadays kids are coddled. And like same example, my brother, we're at open gym. The dude got bumped as an adult, and he laid down. I was like, dude, get off the court, we're playing. you couldn't do that in today's, you couldn't tell that to a kid, get off the court, we got a game to run. So we just told him, get off the court. Somebody subbed in, and we just kept rolling. Like that's the mentality that I enjoyed growing up, is just this constant going, constant moving. I was telling you before we started rolling about my experience with a bad parent. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so to give you some context, Coach Rector, I was coaching this past year, and me and my wife and I, we were coaching together the girls' middle school team and the varsity team. And so the year before us, that team went 1-13, just ugly attitudes, bad habits, and we got in there, and the mindset that I left your program with and that molded me as an adult, I took that concept and I tried to apply it to these young girls and starting to mold. And one girl in particular, she was very, very, very talented, and I told her, I admitted to her, I was like, you're ridiculously talented, but she had these just horrible habits. She scored a lot because she took a lot of shots, but when you're shooting 10 of 35 or 10 of 40, a lot of points means nothing if you're not consistent. So one of the challenges with her is that we had to get her out of these bad habits, and when she would start getting into these habits, we'd bench her, and the mom didn't like it. The mom knew that her daughter was talented, so she would come to us and kind of demand she get playing time next game. So this goes on, and the season progresses, and we're winning consistently. One tournament, we ended up playing Kienta at their tournament, KMS, the powerhouses, and we gave them a game, man. Like, they are expecting to just roll over Shanto. They did it for 15 years, beat them 50-2, and they beat us by 2. The score was like 23-21. And it was 21-21 for like the majority of the fourth quarter. It was a ridiculous game, and we gave them a good game. And so our season was improving. This young girl, she was getting out of these bad habits, but it was the parent. The parent kept feeding to her that it's not you, it's the coach, And so when that didn't go anywhere for her, she ended up going to our principal. And we ended up, me and my wife and I, we got pulled into the office, and she was like, "You guys are being let go." And I was like hit with complete shock. Like, why? And so there were these anonymous allegations that my wife and I had been inappropriate somewhere in public. And when I tried getting more information, our principal just catered to the parents, saying, "Oh, I can't release any information. I can't release the acts or who said this and who said that. It's just we have to acknowledge these accusations and we have to act on them." So their act was to let us go. And luckily for us, the school board meeting had a meeting the next day, and we presented our case, and the parent was there, and she presented her case. And to summarize hers, she basically said, like, "I don't like what they're doing." But what was amazing is we had the parents of the other players show up to the school board meeting. They presented their cases, saying, like, these coaches improved the last year's record from 1-in-whatever to we had a solid record like 10-5 or 9-5 or something like that, and we ended up making it to small school state. Whereas last year the school board just basically said, "Why do you guys want to go to small school? Your record's 1-in-whatever," and you don't have to have a positive record to get into small schools. You just kind of submit your invitation and they let you go. But we ended up getting invited. We had a good season. So I think one of the things I wanted to bring up to you guys is, have you guys seen a culture shock over the course of time where you're coaching against parents rather than coaching for kids? Or at what point do you see that line is absolutely diminished where you're no longer coaching for the kid, you're actually coaching against parents?
Well, for me, I think it's always about coaching kids. I think that's my main emphasis, and just basically building an individual to be a student in the classroom, athlete in the gym, and also a person in society. So I think you will receive those type of parents, of their inputs. And for me, I don't make it like a personal thing with parents. It's more of coaching kids rather than coaching parents, because when you first start your program, you inform parents at the very beginning with a parent meeting and just kind of introduce your program. And, basically all you can do is do what you got to do and emphasize what you got to emphasize. And for me, I really did not let any parents try to influence anything, to change anything. I already knew through experience of coaching years of, I think basketball is, I think I stuck to my guns, and I think I've been consistent in so I wasn't there to please parents. I wasn't there to please their needs. I just been consistent at coaching what I needed to coach, because it's only 3 to 4 months of basketball. So I only have them for 3 to 4 months, and the influence and impact we have on these kids has to be consistent. Because if once you start to open up and listen to the parents, then you're kind of putting doubt in your players, because they're believing in what you're teaching them. But once you start to show a little doubt in what you're doing, and then you see that the parents have a bigger influence, your athletes stop playing as hard as they will for you. So for me, I keep it to coaching kids. I'm not too worried about the parents. What about you, Rector?
Well, for me, one, I always tell, me personally, I blame Tom and I's era of playing basketball in high school, because when we were in high school, the Navajo Reservation was the best basically in the state. We'd play anybody anywhere, and more often than not, we'd beat them. We're in an era when we would go play 5A schools. We didn't have 6A back then. We'd play 4A, 5A schools and beat them. You know what I mean? And it wasn't just Ganado, it wasn't just Gray, it was the whole res. Chinle, Monument, Window Rock, Tuba, Gray Hills, even the smaller schools, Rough Rock, Mini Farms. We were very competitive. And so now you think about the competitiveness, and now those guys are parents, right? They're the parents of these kids now. So the success that we had as a whole, as a reservation, and I need to also include the New Mexico red schools. They were competitive too. Shiprock, Crown Point, okay, Tohatchee, right? They were competitive. They could come to Arizona and beat Arizona schools. We could go over to New Mexico and beat New Mexico schools. So the competitiveness that we had back then is kind of a part. I wouldn't say is the whole blame. I'd say it's a factor, and the way parents are today, because of, they want their child to see that, in a sense, it's not a negative in a way, but a selfishness for their children. As a parent, you want to see the best for your kids. Yeah. And sometimes they don't see what goes through that process, right? Like I said before. But at the same time, you just, you coach to the kids, this is the key word, communication. I always like to keep an open communication with parents when I coach. And if they don't see anything, if they see something that they don't like, I use my communication skills and say, okay, what is it that you see? Okay, this is what, then they'll tell me what they see. And I'll say, okay, well, this is what's actually happening. For example, most parents don't go to practice because they're still at work. Okay, hey, your child is not doing what it takes in practice. They want more playing time. They got to earn it in practice. And Tom does this. I do this. We make that very clear at the beginning of the season when we have parent meeting. Hey, if you want your child to have more minutes, they have to earn it. And I always tell my parents this is, okay, and they don't like it, but that's fine. It's just what I say. Remember, you're not playing, it's your child that's playing. You can't get minutes for your child. Your child has to earn their own minutes. And I'm very clear on that. So for me, I've never had an issue with parents in that sense. And I don't think I've really had an issue with parents really, because I get what I need to say at the beginning. And if a parent wants to talk to me during the season, I give them that opportunity. And again, using communication skills that is taken care of that one time. And I don't really end up hearing anything about it again. And, again, it's comes with the territory. And I always tell parents too, please come see me if you have a problem, if you have an issue. Don't go to the principal, don't go to athletic director. But if you feel that that you can't communicate with me, use them as mediators. Don't go run to them and tell them your side of the story before hearing my side of the story. And I tell that to parents all the time because, again, I like to be honest with parents because, again, their child is in my care for, 2.5 hours out of the day. Tom said 3 to 4 months, right? But in actuality, it's year round. If they don't join any other sports, they're with us on the court or in the weight room. We have them over the summer, preseason. If they don't join sports, they're with us. So a lot of times we get we get kids year round. So it's just communicating with parents and getting them to understand, it's not about them, it's about their child in a sense. And it's very hard to do that because, parents are parents. They, for the most part, they really care about their kids and they want the best for their kids. And so getting a parent's point of view and getting a coach's point of view will clash. And you just got to do the best you can to communicate with them and just coach, believe in what you're doing and continue coaching the kids.
Nice. So what about the importance of, so you have the trust between the parent and the coach. What about the trust between the coach and the school? Like how important is the trust that the school has to have to believe that you'll grow not only the program but the student athletes into adulthood?
I think you got to have a really strong athletic director to support your program. While me and Rector, we were at Gray Hills, we were fortunate enough to have Tony Begay, which was he's kind of like a lifelong staff of Gray Hills. So he was a big fan of Gray Hills sports. So we were lucky to have him.
Yeah.
So he basically catered to our needs, and he was there for us. I remember, I'm not sure if Rector still has his shoes, but I remember that the athletic director got us those N7s.
Oh,
the first N7s.
Yeah.
He supported us that much to where he cared about the kids, and to me, it's always kids first. So having a strong administrator, having a strong athletic director, and believing what you can do, you just build that confidence to say, okay, I can do this. I can risk a little more.
Yep.
Without any repercussions from parent complaints. Last year when I was at Window Rock, I had a really good athletic director in Mr. Ryan Dodson. Once he got me on board, he was able to get me the weight room and then open the event center for open gym nights. So everything he did, he backed me up and he supported everything I did, so I felt more comfortable doing my job. But if you don't have that relationship with your bosses, then it's very sketchy about how they'll go around and speak to parents behind your back when you're not there. So with a strong athletic director, they'll be consistent, in what they're telling you.
Yeah.
This is what the parents are saying and stuff. No, just be careful. I will still back up what you're doing and stuff like that. So like I said, that one thing was, it was for me is that it gives me the confidence to do my job effectively, and so I don't have to make any excuse of saying, oh yeah, they don't have my back. I hate making excuses.
Yeah.
So that eliminates a lot of that excuse. So whatever I do and whatever my decisions are, I don't have to worry about parent complaints because the guys had my back. Especially when we're at Gray Hills with your program, with your team. Mr. Begay had our back from day one. It's when you get an athletic director that doesn't believe what you're doing.
Yeah.
Then you'll run into a lot of problems.
Oh yeah.
Because you will hear them talking to parents and influencing the parents to continue to complain. If you have a good athletic director, they'll see the flaws, but they'll say, hey, this is what is being mentioned. If you can address this, I'll say, yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming up to me. So that's one thing with me. You got to have a really good relationship with your boss, and I really appreciated the good athletic directors that I work with.
Yeah.
Because I would say I'm a risk taker because as stern and I think I put on a show. During coaching, and I know parents don't like their kids being yelled at nowadays. But it's just basically I tell them it's just the way I am, because the way I am in practice is the way I'm going to be in games. It's the same intensity, so I do not lose any of it. And I think that's one thing that athletic directors recognize, that you're consistent in practice and also in games.
Yeah. Coach Rector?
Yeah. For me, I'm the same way. If you have an athletic director who believes in, what you're doing, and of course this comes before you even get on the court. This relationship starts, like if you're going to a new school, that relationship starts then about, when you present your program during an interview, that's when that relationship starts, and you'll know right away, if administrators believe in what you're doing, you'll know right away. Mm-hmm. Now, I've been fortunate enough to work with some good athletic directors. I think for me, I had to give a lot of respect and a lot of acknowledgement to my bosses when I went to Ganado. I'm a former student. The athletic director was a former coach of mine. He was my weightlifting coach. So he knew my work ethic, coming in right away. But, I had to build the relationship with him. Yeah. And, he stood behind me. And what I loved about him, not only did he stand up for me, if I needed some guidance, I wouldn't say discipline, he would call me in and, and he would talk to me, hey, this is what I've heard. This is what I've seen. Okay, we need to address this. Here's some advice. And that was always much appreciated. And he knew that I wasn't going to get mad about, the critique, that I was going to take it, learn from it and then move on. And so we had that relationship, and he stood behind, he made sure that what the kids needed, we got, right? And again, he was all about the kids. And of course, he said, hey, coach, is there something you need? And, I would just tell him, hey, I just want to make sure that we have a summer program. Yeah. And he made sure we had summer program. He made sure that, he had money set aside for our summer program. Even though we fundraised, he made sure that there was an auxiliary account for us, which led us to go to places like ASU, U of A, San Diego State, and we were going to get ready to go on to the next step where we're going to go out of state. I didn't get that opportunity. But he was there from the very get-go, and he believed in what I was doing. And some people, they didn't like that. They didn't like the fact that he was, how would you say it? He was strict. That's what he was. And that's what I loved about it. He was consistent. He had accountability, and his character showed. You know what I mean? And he wasn't a Navajo. He was a white guy from Wisconsin. He came down, got married to a Navajo lady from Ganado. Started his life on the res. So, it's one of those things that he wasn't there for himself. He was there for his community that that adopted him, I should say. And and I never got to get that relationship with Mr. Begay at Gray Hills because that was between Tom and him. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't an employee at Gray Hills. I worked at, I think I worked at Tuba then, or I had my own business then. So I wasn't an employee there. So I never got to get that relationship with him. That was Tom's boy. And to get back at those shoes. Okay, this is probably one of my most successful story. When I was at Ganado, my first year, I had a kid who came on, and right away he was trying out right away. And teachers came up to me, counselors came up to me, said, "Hey, that kid's a troublemaker," and he was a senior. That kid's a troublemaker. He's done this. He's into drugs. He's into alcohol. He's beat up a girl. He's beat up his girlfriend. And so I was getting this. But what I was seeing on the court was entirely different. He was working his butt off. He was doing every drill he could do, the closeout drills. Do you remember what's the closeout drill that we invented with the girls that Nicole Yellow just used to kill, that closeout. I can't remember what we called it, but man, he just worked his butt off. So I told him, I said, look, we're getting ready to cut. And I said, I'm going to keep you on. I haven't cut nobody yet, but I'm going to keep you on because you've shown me something. And I said, I've been hearing some things about you. Right away, he goes, yeah. He goes, I was into drugs. And then he goes, that girl that I hit, he goes, that's my girlfriend. She's pregnant. And he goes, I need to change.
All right, and we're back. All right, so Coach, you were talking about, we had a little technical difficulty, but you were talking about a student who was struggling. I wouldn't say struggling, but had a lot of challenges ahead of him.
So I told him I was going to keep him on, and I told myself, okay, we're going to have our own little deal here. So I told him, no fights, no showing up to school intoxicated or influenced, none of that. Hey, if you're late, I need to know, you tell me if you're going to be late to school. So we had that little thing going, and so he made the team. So then we go like another week or two, kind of like preseason, postseason, I guess, getting ready, had the team and stuff like that. And so first game comes along. And we go and we play. We had a home game. And who did we play that first game? I can't remember. So I put him in, right? I put him in second quarter, and he's playing pretty good defense. I think he got a layup. And he gets off, and then I kind of noticed, his shoes, it's like, hey, that's the same shoes he wore to school. So game goes on. He went in a couple more times, his first game, trying to get everybody to play. So after, post game, locker room talk, made it quick and stuff like that. And so I stopped him and I said, do you have any basketball shoes? And he goes, nope. He goes, this is just all I have. He goes, this is my school shoes. This is my everything shoes. And I was like, all right, that's all right. I said, okay. I think he was living with his grandparents or something. His grandparents didn't have a lot of money. I was all right. Okay, cool. And so Monday comes around. And I was like, man, I said, I know I have some shoes here somewhere. So I'm digging around and I pulled out those black N7s that we got at Gray Hills. I was like, those shoes are sentimental to me. But I said, I'm going to take a chance on this kid. So practice comes around. I said, here you go. I said, and he goes, yeah, he goes, what are, I said, this is for you. I said, those are your practice shoes and your game shoes. He goes, really? He goes, you want them back? I said, no, after you sweat in them and all that, heck no. I said, I never played in them. I said, those are clean, man. I said, take care of them. I said, those are, and I told him, where I got them from.
Yeah.
Man, again, he ended up being my best student. The Christmas break comes up, it's about to come around, and I got teachers coming up to me. He has not missed an assignment. He has not missed class. He hasn't been late to class. He's been sitting up front, and I didn't even tell him to sit up front. He's asking questions. He's being your model student, right? Yeah. And he graduates, and he invited me to his reception. And I went over there and stuff, and said hi. I dropped off a gift card and stuff like that. And I had to get back here to Tuba because, Kyrie was over here. So my older daughter, so I didn't stay. I grabbed a plate, told him congratulations and stuff like that. And a couple of years rolled by, and I was in Tucson, and I heard, Coach Rector. So I turn around. Here he comes walking up to me. Introduces me to his wife. He's married now. He's married to that girl. The child that she was pregnant when he was in high school. She's 2 years old, and then she's pregnant again. He goes, this is my wife and stuff like that. That's awesome, man. And guess what he was wearing? He was wearing those N7 shoes. And he goes, I put them away after the season. He goes, we moved down here and stuff. I start working. My wife, at times girlfriends, start going to school. He goes, this morning I woke up and he goes, and they were sitting. He goes, I know where they're sitting. He goes, I'm going to wear these today. He goes, I'm going to wear these today. And he runs into me in Tucson, of all places. And I hadn't seen him since he graduated, since his reception and stuff like that. So me, that's one of my best stories about, everything that we're talking about. That's my reward. That's my success when you can get those kind of kids to change their lives around, and again, it's a small thing, but yet to them it seems big.
Yeah. That's awesome. So we had a lot more stuff to bring up today, but I'm afraid of having the system crash again like it did. So I think we will close it. Actually, one thing I wanted to ask you guys about the two things. The online learning. How do you guys feel about online learning?
I'll let Rector go on first on this one.
For me, again, it comes to everything that we're talking about. You know what I mean? The discipline, the accountability. How much are you really wanting to learn? Whether it's in class, whether it's online. How much as a parent? For me, I'm making sure my girls are on top of things. Yes, they're online and stuff like that, but yet I'm the parent. You know what I mean? So they are still going to learn the best they can. I have to be that homeschool teacher. So when they do get to go back to school, it's still going to be a consistency, that accountability, again, that character. Times like now, during this pandemic, is when those types of moral, things in your life should really stand out. And you see it in the media, you see it in our administration, whether it's tribal, local, state government, our government, I really commend our tribal president of what he's doing, what he's done through this pandemic. His true character has shown, but again, he's using that cultural aspect of his background to help us get through this time. You know what I mean? That hujonje, taking care of one another. And so his leadership and his character is really coming out in a positive way, regardless of what people think about him personally. You know what I mean? To me, I saw his character long before he came to president. He's at JMIs, he's at, and it's a small thing. He's at a Metallica concert, having fun, right? And I think he was a vice president at the time, but he's out about in the community being himself. He wasn't trying to be political. He wasn't trying to be, somebody who he wasn't. He was being himself, which transitioned to what he is now, as opposed, I don't want to say who or what, but as opposed to some other entities, right? Mm-hmm. They how would you say it? They kind of forsaken their moral background, their foundation of what made them who, and said, oh, because of this pandemic, I don't need to be this way. When in essence, it should be because of this pandemic, I really need to stand on my beliefs and my foundations. Mm-hmm. And, for me personally, that's what my wife and I are doing with our kids. And, and of course, Miss McCabe is my sister-in-law. So we have a lot of these conversations, and she's the same way. She really wants to lean on her beliefs and her foundations of how she was raised and what made her become to me, in my opinion, such a good principal, such a great principal, and such a great leader as a Navajo woman. But yet she's getting pushback from oppositions to say, oh, well, kind of going back to this catering, coddling type situation, right? And so to me, I think it's going to be very interesting what happens when we get back into school, you know, and of course, you know, you see on social media all the memes and the jokes and stuff like that about you know, online school. You know, some of my favorites are, you know, kids or parents that are at home, you know, praying for teachers now because they realize that their kids are not all that great. You know, they're not as angels as they thought they were.
Yeah.
You know, some of the, you know, and you know, I mean, they're funny, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of one of those. It's funny, but it's kind of sad at the same time when you finally realize that your child isn't as good as you thought they were. You know, partly because you might not be that much in tune with your child as you thought, and you know, and I know my kids, my kids, they're who they are. They're basically me in a female version. So my challenges lie hard ahead because I know my girls. It ain't gonna be one of those blaming the teacher. I'm gonna be sitting there saying, "Girl, what did you do?"
Yeah.
Because I know my kids.
Yep.
I think for me, it's all about, like I said, it's always going back to my caring side. I always think about the community. What is needed for the community? I know there are a lot of pushback about how people want their kids to go back to school and stuff like that, and where like teaching here at Gray Hill or teaching at Gray Hills, you know, you had kids in the dorm. You know, they were safe. They were with the dorm aides, and you know, they had that whole recreation and stuff like that, and then you had some kids that come bust in from like maybe 20 or 30 miles out, you know, and they had their parents. And then you had the kids in the community in Tuba City that went to school at Gray Hills. So you knew they were safe, they were fine. And when I went to move to Window Rock, it was a little different. Kids lived a little, even though it's kind of like a little bigger town. Yeah, Fort Defiance and Window Rock, but kids lived like way out in the rural areas.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've always thought about where they come from, where they lived, and so forth. And when the pandemic hit, you know, your first thought is about your own kids first.
Yeah.
And then my second thought was my coworkers, you know, who were at the higher risk. And I did have a lot, like, you know, in education, there are a lot of educators that are at a higher age level, you know, like in their 50s and, you know, in the 60s and stuff like that. So that was the second thing I thought about was them. Never did I think about myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've always put other people priority number one in front of myself. And then when I moved here to Sanders, you know, that was the next thing is what does the community need? So when I started to do these home visits out here, I thought about all the kids, how they're living with their grandparents. Their grandparents are raising these kids. So my first thought about was, for me, it's just safer for students to stay remote learning because you don't want these students to bring back something to their grandparents.
Yeah.
You know, and to their relatives because of a risk they are at. So I thought more about that than I did about students being in school. And then I have some coworkers that are also in that age range that I thought about, you know. So I know the benefits of going back to school are, you know, parents can go back to work, you know, get a full-time job. There's daycare centers that open up and so forth. You know, students can go back to being in class, joining sports and so forth. But the time that we need right now, that the community needs here, is safety, because it's a small community. Most of these kids, like I said, are staying with grandparents.
Yep.
What would happen if a student a student's grandparents passed on? Who's going to watch them? Who's going to, you know, provide shelter for them?
Yeah.
So that's the way I kind of saw it was it's going to be different from community to community. Like in Tuba City, you have a really big community where you have relatives, you have mothers, fathers, and then their extended family, to their maternal and paternal grandside. then you have also cousins and stuff, aunts and uncles that are in that community. So I didn't feel like I had to worry about, Tuba City.
Yeah.
And then same thing with Window Rock. But when I came here to this community, I really felt for the students and their grandparents, because they're at higher risk. And for me in this community, I would rather have them to be safe because they have a place to go home. And most of their parents are either going welding, construction, those seasonal jobs that they have to travel out of town. So I had to kind of think about that. But in a bigger city, it's probably a little more convenient for them to go back to school, because there's more things to offer. So, but the main thing I think is the internet connection. Some kids they have that lack of internet connection. I'm kind of grateful that we have internet connection here. Like with Trajan, I think I've told you, was that it was just kind of like going from July, his MS squared math and science program, they did theirs also remote. So he did his online.
Yeah.
So when he came into school in August, it was just like he just flew right into rhythm. His trig class, his algebra 2 class, his other classes. It was just pretty basically
Mm-hmm.
He already knew how to be a student, and I think that's the hard thing with a lot of students nowadays, is that they don't know how to be a student, and those are the kids that are struggling with most of the parents that did not stress to the kids of how to be a student. And I think those are the ones that are struggling now, that they weren't, the importance of being a student. So I think it, like Coach Rector said, it was like basically the student doesn't know how to discipline themselves, how to manage their time.
Yeah.
So those are the ones that are struggling. So, and I think hopefully they have a learning lesson. That's why I kind of see it as just basically a learning lesson for everybody, grandparents, parents,
Mm-hmm.
and especially the student themselves. Don't take your education for granted. Even though you're going either into the workforce, the military, or further your education into it, post-secondary education, don't take your education for granted, because it'll help you out. And it'll also, I think, bring you more confidence in the awareness of what's around, I think, wherever they go.
Yeah. I think I really don't know where I sit on it. Like, you guys are right. I think it's hard to hold kids accountable for their participation in class. A lot of kids, especially if they're not in sports, or they have none of this way for them to be taught this accountability. They're going to be the ones that are just going to do it when they want, or when it's convenient to them, not because they have to. So that, and not even know, like, do you think parents should be held accountable for kids and their lack of participation?
Now, I believe that, parents should be held accountable. And the thing is that, like I said before, like most of these, where I find trouble with here in this community, is that most of the grandparents are raising them. So they're not, and most of the time they're not taught how to be respectful to the elders. And that just goes with the community. I notice my brothers and my sisters are the same way. Their own child, does not have the same respect as we had respect for our, like, oh, we're gonna go see Nelly, we're gonna see Che, we're see Masana. We had that respect. Now you don't have that respect nowadays. It seems like it. I shouldn't say not now, but there's more of it now, because now that parents are actually moving away from the community, like going to work, welding, construction, and all this. They're finding more opportunities. So now that is happening, the kids are being left with their grandparents, and it's just basically they don't get the constructive criticism that their child needs to be a student. And to me, I think that's where we're in that direction, is that a lot of people are finding opportunities off the reservation to find jobs and going back to school and stuff like that they have to kind of leave their kid with their grandpa or grandma. And so it's hard for them to hold accountability nowadays because, you know, who's there being consistent at teaching their child of being respectful to the grandparent.
Yeah.
And not only that, but if they can't be respectful to their grandparent, then it's hard for them to be respectful to the teachers.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the hardest thing right now is we're finding is that we're finding all of these students that don't, you know, really don't care about the school system. You know, they're not worried about being late or don't even work and stuff like that because there's nobody there to get on them, to let them know this needs to get done. You know, nobody's there for them for that. So I kind of find that it's just getting a larger and larger. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a problem. It's just an issue that needs to be addressed. But like I said, it's all about, to me, I think it's all about survival right now.
True. True.
Yeah. You know, as a parent, regardless, the moment your child is born, you're accountable for that child. You know, that's what a parent is. You're accountable for, you know, for them to become better people, and how you teach them to get there. You know, so, you know, it's, you know, I don't want to say it's not fair because, you know, that's just life. You're a parent. You chose to be a parent. You have to be accountable. And I don't have any, you know, because I am a parent, I don't have any, I don't have any sympathy in that regard as far as accountability, because I have to hold myself accountable for my own kids, you know.
Yep.
And being a teacher or being, you know, working in the educational environment, you know, and then, you know, I know some of the background stories. I understand why some parents are the way they are. And, you know, and it's not the child's fault. You know what I mean? And the times that we are in now, you know, and Tom, you know, it's, you know, you think about it. Yeah. Tom said it, you know, here, Tuba, Tuba's a great community. We're taking care of each other. You know, Winderock, Ganado, Chinley, Monument Valley, Shiprock, you know, they're bigger communities. So there's a little bit more outreach, but yet we're forgetting about the Red Lakes, the Sanders, the Cedar Ridge, the mini farms, right? The smaller communities. And I think that's where a lot of these issues about teaching, you know, about teaching some things I don't know if we're neglecting them or if they're not being taught or something like that, but, you know, those are the communities I do actually care for. I worry about because they're so small, you know, that, you know, so, you know, for example, you know, God forbid that something happened to Everly and I know my kids are going to be taken care of because of their aunt, because of their grandma, you know, or somebody in my family, my mom or my sister. So, you know, I have that little bit of solace in a sense that, you know, my kids are going to be taken care of and that they're going to be taught as close as I can. You know, if I'm not around, my mom will teach them, or, you know, my sister-in-law will teach them in the same way that, you know, I envision teaching my kids. So again, I have that solace that my kids are going to be fine. But how about these smaller communities where, you know, like Tom said, you know, if grandma and grandpa's not there, who's going to teach these kids? Who's going to give love to these kids, basically? Yeah. And that's where I see these smaller communities having trouble. And, you know, going back to this online school, you know, in my opinion, you know, this is my personal opinion, I don't feel that in school we're ready for any type of in school. One, for most of this pandemic. Second is the mentality. I mean, we've been in this online school for almost a year now. You know, how much of our kids are ready to go actually meant to go back to school? You know what I mean? That's got to be one of those. I think we got to kind of ease them back into it in a sense to get them back in that routine, because, I'm getting up 5 minutes before my Zoom meeting, before they have to get up, 3 hours before they got to catch the bus, or, hour and a half, before they got to be in class. So, that routine, it can be out of whack and no problem. That's just human nature. So, it's just something that we're going to have to, it's a challenge. And, and this is where I commend a lot of our teachers, not just here at Tuva, but, all over the place, all over this country, that, they are working their butts off to try and keep our kids educated, and they're having to constantly have problem solving issues on a daily basis, because we've never been in this. There's no book, that somebody has and says, oh, pandemic time, here, let's go to page 47. Okay, this is what we need to do. There's nothing like that. There's no playbook. So everything is on a learn basis, for a lot of teachers and a lot of administrators in this country, and I still don't even think we have a complete grasp on it.
Gotcha. So, me and my lady, we recently had a new one born last year in October. So he's about...
Congratulations.
Thank you. He's about 4 months, and I was telling her, like, I personally believe that his immune system could, even if it's slightly, be not compromised, but it's going to be weaker than kids before him and probably kids after him, really, because with our first son, we didn't care. The dude was outside playing in mud, running with dogs, and getting hurt, and not being, like, things around him weren't as clean as they are now. He was in the shopping cart when he was a baby. His hands were all over the other hands. He was collecting bacteria. His immune system was, growing growing with him. So he's 6 now, but our new one, he's born into this world where he's wearing his mask. Well, he's going to be wearing a mask, and everything around him is wiped down. The groceries we bring home, my wife is wiping them down before they put them in the cupboard. When we go to the stores, he either stays in his car seat or we hold him, like, we keep him away from touching anything. So he's in this bubble. And I kind of think that, in my opinion, like, kids born in 2020, 21, and 22 are going to have these weaker immune systems, where if they catch things like the basic flu or just simple diseases, we're able to just take a sick day and work through. I think these other diseases are going to be deadlier, where it's to be affecting kids worse. What do you guys think about the immune system of newer babies?
Go ahead, Rector.
Tom's got to think about this one.
I have one, but I just... Oh, good.
So, a little history here, guys. We've, in terms of Native Americans, our genome is different than the majority population. White people is different from, African American people, different from Asian people. The only ones that we're very similar to are Hispanics, Mexicans, because we are very closely in terms of proximity before European contact. So you think about, Anglo white people, they've been constantly for generations after generations, for tens of thousands of years, sickness and stuff like that. For us as Native Americans, we are still very new to diseases. Remember, Europe has only been here for almost 500 years, 7 generations. That's not enough time for our own immune system to calibrate bacteria and stuff like that. So that's why, when people are talking about this pandemic, this virus, it affects us different because our genome is different. So it starts with our genome. So, it doesn't matter if your child was born 2020 or 2012. The genome's still the same. The immune system is still going to be affected the same. And here's the thing about it, though. People don't realize there are over 1 trillion more bacteria in the air than on surfaces. And that's where, the COVID-19, that sticks to surfaces. There are trillions of lot more bacteria floating in the air. So even though you're at home not wearing a mask, your child is still taking in those bacteria from the air. Because you think about where we live at here on the Navajo Reservation, people don't realize there are 18 different places that uranium could be mined. Constantly, there's coal all over our reservation. We have wind debris from California. Okay, that if you think about where the wind blows from, the jet stream of the wind current that comes from Southern California, that's LA, that's Carlsbad, that's San Diego. So we're getting air pollution that's not even our own here on the Navajo Reservation. So our bodies are constantly dealing with bacteria just because of our geographical location. So, are kids today going to be more susceptible to bacteria and stuff like that? Could be. It may not be, but it also depends on the parents. If your parents have good genomes, good genes, the immune system is going to follow suit with those genes. So I want to, but at the same time, yes, everything is cleaner, and we're thinking everything is cleaner. But if we really think about it, we're only fighting one virus. And that's the COVID-19. People forget that we touch our tablets. We've probably, me right now, you touch your phone, you've probably put 20 different types of bacteria on your phone just by touching it now. So that's kind of, we live in a world of so much bacteria, but then people forget there's good bacteria and there's bad bacteria. And so the good bacteria fights the bad bacteria, which builds our immune system. So, I wouldn't worry too much about that. And, I know you're a parent. I've had those thoughts as well because I have 2 young kids. But then at the same time, I know my science. I read up on my science, So, and if anything, what's going to affect us is these vaccines that we're putting in our body. Those is what's going to affect us more because over time, that could change our DNA. And we will become, our genomes will change in a sense. The genomes that we have now aren't going to be the same genomes as 150 years from now. Our genome is actually different now than our great ancestors back in the 1700s. It's just a scientific proven fact that our genomes is changing. It's because of the vaccines and the types of medicines that we put in our body.
Well, for me, I was just ready to say res kids are going to be res kids. They're going to be all over the floor. They're going to be putting something in their mouth. They're going to be in there. Because they're not telling us to stay in our homes. They're just basically saying just practice your social distancing. Because your daughter or son could be outside playing in the dirt right now, going to basketball courts like my son.
Yep.
We go to the basketball court. We go to the weight room. We go. There's the things that we've still been doing in this pandemic. And like I'm in agreement with Rector there about the entire thing about bacteria. Wherever you go, wherever you touch, there's gonna be bacteria there. Like my daughter, she has as soon as she stays here, she picks up something from the floor, puts it in her mouth, like that. It's just to me, it's just a normal life, but we're just kind of distancing ourselves from other people. You're still gonna have the bacteria, like he said, in the air and in the surface that we already have in our homes. So I don't think it's going to change as much. I don't think it's going to. I think the kids are still going to be fine because, like a newborn, like I said, it depends on if you put something in them, like sanitizer or something, Because right now kids can basically just be themselves because they don't have to wear a mask. Their immune systems are capable of handling this stuff. So I don't feel like it's going to affect them in the long run. So. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, res kids are going to be res kids. You see them playing outside. Like right now, in this community, you have kids playing outside. And rolling around in the dirt and stuff like that. And like I said, my daughter, same way.
Nice. So, what about March Madness? Any predictions?
I'm going with Gonzaga this year. I like their consistency. Everybody has their down year, and I think this is pretty much all the big school elite teams down year.
Yeah, for real.
Like Kentucky,
Blue Bloods,
Duke,
yeah.
all those guys. It's their down year. I mean, North Carolina's down year started last year, which I seen. Duke is there. Everybody's rebuilding. I mean, it seems like everybody's getting what do you call it? But the consistency I like with Gonzaga is he's just consistent. You know, he just has veteran players. You know, they're not one and dones. You know, they're consistent. They've been through his programs 2 or 3 years, and he gets good players, good consistent players.
Yeah.
And then they buy into his system. You know, it's just like those back in the days where those other teams, the elite teams, had consistent players that played with them for 2 to 3 years, and now you have with those one and dones, which is good for them because, to me, I don't feel like if a kid is that talented and he wants to go to the NBA and make his money, you know, I support that because kids, we're all about. To me, I always say we're in survival mode every time. You know, we're here to make ourselves a lot better in society. And if they want to make their career in the NBA, you know, it's just like us. If we want to go straight to work, like, you know, how people go from high school right into construction or the military or welding, or, you know, but some of us take another year to go back to school again. So for me, it's just an opportunity for them to display what they have. So I have Gonzaga kind of going out just because of their consistency throughout this whole season.
Yeah, I'm on that. To me, I've been a Gonzaga fan since Morrison.
Oh yeah,
you remember
Morrison?
Adam Morrison. That's when I found out who Mark Few was. And again, you know, and he's earned that respect. He's earned that diligence to be named with Coach K, to be named with Roy Williams, to be named, you know, with these top tier, you know, Calipari, because his consistency with his program is phenomenal. You know, and you think about it, they don't play in a top 5 conference, you know, but yet they're constantly winning. They're constantly winning. You know, I think in the last 25 years that he's coached there, they only not won their conference twice. So, you know, that's something to praise. And, you know, his defense, I like his defense. They're not big, but yet they communicate very well. They rotate very well, but their offense is just a juggernaut. You know, you have to pray the night before the game that all 5 starters are off their game. But here's the thing about it. He has 3 guys off the bench that could be starters for any other school and will give you 20 any night. So that's, to me, that's where they separate themselves to that they're the biggest chance. Now, I like Baylor. Baylor's long, fast. They have good defense. They're also an offensive juggernaut. But they're beatable because, you know, they only go 4. Their offense is only 4 deep. You know, they have 4 guys, you know, that can give you 20 every night. Well, if those 4 aren't playing well enough, and if you can cut their opportunities, you know, they do struggle. And they showed it the last couple of games that they're very beatable. So, you know, I think it's going to be between them 2, actually. It's going to be Baylor and Gonzaga, just because they just separated themselves from everybody else. You know, you have Illinois. I like Illinois. Illinois is back up there, but they still have vulnerabilities. Michigan is very good, but they have vulnerabilities as well. Not as, you know, their vulnerabilities are more than Gonzaga and Baylor. So those are my 4. I think those are going to be my 4 Final Fours. Ohio State, you know, they could be a surprise. I think they're a Final Four team too. But again, I think they just have a little bit more vulnerability on the inside than people really think. You know, they have one good big man, but when he gets in foul trouble, they struggle. And they're, you know, and they think, you know, yeah, they have what's the guard's name? The shooting guard. He's good, But if he gets his opportunities, his better opportunities is when the big man is on the court. So that's my pitch on the tournament this year. And you guys heard, right? The NIT is also going to be in Minneapolis or in Indianapolis. So if a team that first weekend has COVID protocols, an NIT team is going to replace that team. So that gives your opportunities to Duke and Kentucky if they don't make the initial 68, because they'll probably make the NIT. And then going back on that, it's Kentucky, Duke, UNC, Kansas. I can't really put Kansas there because they actually have a winning record. And then U of A, the Blue Bloods. They're struggling. Why they're struggling? People have all their opinions, but they're struggling right now. And in my opinion, I think it's good for college basketball, opposed to what everybody's saying. Because if those teams, those Blue Bloods aren't in it this year, they're not up to par, and you get some of these other teams, Gonzaga's, Illinois, some of these other teams that have been so close and they win it, then when Duke and the Blue Bloods come back, they're going to have a better appreciation for those teams, for those programs.
Yeah, talking about Adam Morrison, Trajan's hair is growing out here. This is quarantine hair. And I'm not too worried about what's the name about Arizona got themselves in trouble, so they're already out. They're not even going to be participating in postseason. So you can see he's just trying to rebuild for next year. He's just playing freshmen and so forth, and so I'm not too worried about that. But so I have Gonzaga. Well, I got to look at a bracket who's all in, and in the 4 regions. So I can't really say who the top 4, but I'm really thinking Gonzaga is going to win it all.
Wow. I haven't watched enough this year. I couldn't give you an analysis. I think the reason why a lot of these top tier teams are struggling this year is because of that break. You have all these smaller schools, these younger teams who more than likely tend to keep their players from their older players. They were able to just pick up. I think they were able to just pick up where they left off because of the consistency, because they're keeping their older players who are graduating at these schools, these one and done schools. They literally had to pick up from scratch.
Yeah, because you know how like Duke, they go overseas in the summer, right, Rector?
Yeah.
Yeah, they go attend these summer tournaments in Europe and all that stuff. And that this past year, they didn't have that opportunity to get a summer camp kind of.
Oh, wow.
So they didn't. Yeah, so right now they're just kind of getting a feel of each other. You could really see it just watching them play. They're just not in sync.
Damn. All right. So where can what are you guys up to these days? Before we close out, any special projects? Anything you guys want to bring awareness to?
Go ahead, Rector.
Me, I'm just for me it's keeping diligence. I don't know if you guys heard, we do have these 3 new variants in our country that are way more dangerous than any strands that we've had. Just staying diligent with staying safe. Social distancing, wearing your mask, washing your hands, wiping stuff down. Don't let your guard down. I know everybody's getting vaccinated, which is a good thing. But again, remember, it takes time for these vaccines to run its course and to start helping your immune system. It's just not, you get it and the next day it's working. No, it takes time. That's why they're giving you 2 shots. So it's still going to be some time. These variants are much, much dangerous than people think. The Brazilian one is the most dangerous. I've been reading up about this. This is so kind of like the strands that we've had in the United States, there are 80% chance of survival to 20% not. That was the ratio. But this Brazilian is the complete opposite. It is a 20% chance survival and 80% chance you're not going to survive. Wow. It's basically a death ticket. And so, I put it on Facebook, and people joke about it. It's not funny. At this point, it's not funny. I cry. I've been, and Tom knows this. Tom knows I'm an emotional person. I've had to shed some tears for some people this year that I didn't even know, because of just the fact that entire families were lost because of this thing. It's just not a funny thing no more. And I kind of put that on Facebook. I don't think we should be laughing about the fact that people's lives were cut completely short. We talk about Kobe. We talk about the guy from the Fast and Furious. Their times were cut short, because of an accident. But these people, people who we don't even know, their lives were cut at a far more, unrealistic manner than we ever thought, because of this pandemic. And I just tell people, you guys stay safe, man. Stay safer. Just because we start seeing that light at the end, we kind of tend to relax. This is not the time to relax. If anything, let's make sure we get to that light. I want to see you guys. I want to hug you guys. I don't want you guys coming to my funeral. I don't want to see you guys crying over there. I want to see you in my face. That's what I tell people. I'm very, very blunt about this. My wife doesn't like the way I talk about, but I do. And I have to, because I think we're kind of relaxed in it, and we shouldn't be.
Well, for me, I'm kind of like, right now, my next project is actually become like a true administrator and become an assistant principal. I think 20 seasons of coaching basketball has done wear and tear on my body. So I started to feel it, as the older you get, and I've always told my kids is to always take care of your body, because once you don't take care of your body, your mind's going to go into depression. You're going to feel like you can't do anything. A lot of people go into depression because either they gained a lot of weight or they lost a lot of weight, or, all these stuff. So it's always, I think I've always taught you guys also to take care of your body, because in your high school days, you're like your tip-top shape. Your body's well conditioned. So you're
invincible.
Yeah, you're invincible kind of a thing, mentally and physically. But as you grow up, your body, you're not the same as, like Rector said, 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So for me, I notice it's kind of like, I don't want to step away from the game of coaching, but in the long run, it's like, it's good for my body. I know that I've done so many things all these years, and it wasn't for me. It was for the kids. I remember my first year, my rookie year of coaching in 2003. I asked them, what do they want? That's why I always ask all the players, what do you guys want? And they talked about how they wanted to win it all, and so we were all in it. And that's why every year I was asking, what is your goal? What do you want to get out of this season? And if you can't live up to that, don't come to practice, because if you're not sold into what we're trying to do, like I said, it's just better to let the other people do it and carry the workload. So for all those years of being in drills, being in practice games, because when me and Rector were coaching you guys, we were in those practice games. We were up and down. We were in those drills. And now I coach my youngest son, for 2 years. So that was his goal, and I'm glad I fulfilled his goal that he always wanted to play for me, and I fulfilled those two. But the last thing I can't do is finish out the year, his next year as a senior year, to be his coach. So to me, I just kind of telling him that all we can do right now is prepare. So right now during this time, I have resistant bands, I have kettlebells, I have dumbbells over there. just constantly telling them to lift and do all this stuff. And so when it starts to get warmer here, our project is to get back on the basketball court, because again, his goal is to actually play at a small college next year or 2 years from now.
Yeah.
So that's what we're trying to work on. And so that's that's my project right now. Even though I'm not coaching, I can still coach my son. I can't, we can't make excuses of why he's not playing at next level. I have to also put in the time with him. So that being said, I have to also lift. I have to go run. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if I don't do that, if I don't keep myself in shape, then I'm doing him a disservice, because I'm just gonna be walking on the court.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, it's gonna hurt him more. So that's the mentality I've always had. If I'm not in shape, if I can't get up and down the court, I'm really a disservice to you guys. So for me, I feel like it's now that we've had young coaches, me and Rector, we've had young coaches that, it's just basically, for me, is like, we're always going to share our knowledge and pass our knowledge down. And I'm always going to, step away. One of these days, I was always going to step away and someone else is going to carry the reign. And that's why I always try to always get young coaches so they can start giving back to the school. Because I've been, 20 seasons, no Christmas, no Thanksgiving, no summer,
Yeah.
Just that grind. And I've given that all to the kids. And now it's kind of like, it's my time to kind of work on myself, kind of just be there for me and be there for my kids. Because like I said, my body has after 20 seasons of getting up and down, my body's finally taking toll, and I understand that it's time for me to walk away, and I give a lot of praise for those coaches that have done it for many, many years, but I don't think they've gone up and down the courts like me and Rector have,
Yeah.
Because again, for us to challenge our players, we have to make sure they're going to get the full effect of being boxed out, getting pushed, getting, rebounded, to have that full effect. And we want to make sure things was done correctly on every drill. So that's my next project, is just basically become an administrator. And like Rector has said, Raylan McCabe, she's just always someone I always look up to also as academically, because right now she's a principal. I believe this is her second year, Rector?
Third.
Or her third year.
Wow.
So, like I said, even though they were my assistant coaches, I've always looked up to them.
Wow.
I that's how much respect I have given to them, because they have so much knowledge and insight and perspective from where they've built themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I respect them, and I always look up to them. And that's why I never put myself on a pedestal, because there's so much great people out there. And all you can take from them is their knowledge, and that's what I've always taken from my assistants, and that's why I always praise them. I'm always glad that I actually had great assistants with me.
Yep.
So all the wins and the losses, those are the things. That's the thing I like about Coach Rector and Bizardi and Bennett and McCabe, is that they knew how to keep me balanced. They knew every time we're on a roll, they knew how to keep me calm and humble.
Mm-hmm.
When we lost a game, that I knew they supported me, So they were there when our successes and our failures, they were there to support me, and I felt comfortable, and they also made me confident in what I was doing. So because in any type of head coaching role or any type of leadership role, you're going to make some tough decisions, and you got to have people there to support you. So that's why I'm very grateful for the coaches I had, and like to this day, like I said, they're my family.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably closer than my own siblings.
All right. Well, we're a little over 3 hours, pushing 4 hours. I want to thank Coach Rector. Thank you for joining us today. Coach Bizardi, thanks for
thank you.
Any one more thing, Rector? Anything else?
I want to hear Tom's perspective on the Michael Jordan and LeBron.
Oh, are we going to touch on that topic? Okay. Okay. To me, I think we look at the overall skills And the reason why I say overall skills is like when you're a coach, you observe everything from head to toe.
Yeah.
How does the guy dribble? How does the guy, how is his footwork? How is he able to have that court awareness? How is he able to make people better? How is his shooting form, especially his shooting form? And then most importantly, defense. Defense is what we pride our teams on. Now, that's my first thing is always, have you ever seen LeBron play 48 minutes of straight up defense? No, I have not yet seen him play 48 minutes. He may have a highlights here and there of blocking a guy who's going for a layup from behind off the backboard. You'll have glimpses of that. But you watch him next time, you will see him just kicking back at the short corner, guarding a forward that can't really shoot from out there. You'll see him just relaxing. And then you'll see that his teammates, and when he does play against a guard, you'll see the help that he receives on his right side and his left side. And so, and his closeouts are terrible because I was showing my son Trajan, because me and Trajan always had the argument as the GOAT. I was like, in your time, yeah, he may be the GOAT. But I've lived through Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron. Yeah. And LeBron's, if there was between those three, he would still come in third for me. Yeah. Wow. Jordan, he would give you those 48 minutes of defense, which I'm always going to recall it. His shooting form, he's going to have better ball handling. And his passes, and for him to, like I said about clutch, if you're gonna give a guy the ball late in the game, and all of a sudden you're gonna give it to Jordan, no matter what, because he has a higher percentage of like being open or a guy on him or creating, or even when he gets to the bucket, he'll have like 2 or 3 defenders and he will find a way. When you watch LeBron and he finds himself that he can't get to the bucket, he just has his what do you call it? His outlets to shooters. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so I look at the overall game. And defense is what I look at the most, and I break it down by footwork and then by his shooting, and then overall game. I mean, because he's a total to me, he's a total package. That's why when we talk about GOAT, I always talk about Michael Jordan. And that brings me to one of his quotes that I always shared with you guys in the locker room was, you should be able to expect things of yourself. I believe it said. Let me look that real quick. Let me Google that because I forgot what it had. It says, you have to expect things of yourself before you can do them. That's one thing, is that if you don't know what you want, you're not going to be able to complete it. But if you know what you want, you're going to have something to achieve. You're going to have something to pursue. Mm-hmm. So that's my GOAT thing. My GOAT debate is overall. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, the defense, the NBA, I don't watch the NBA as much. Mm-hmm. The defense is not there. There's the best defense. I think the last time, I think San Antonio Spurs with Popovich 2014 was probably the best defense.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, and you don't see that anymore. And I said, LeBron gets to the foul line so many times because of the minor fouls and the flops he takes. I said, if you take that away, I said, nah. So I think there's just a lot of, because when you watch LeBron dribble like a fast break, he has to see where the ball, he doesn't have that natural feel, not natural ball handling skills. Yes, he does attract a lot of people when he starts to drive. That's why he has those dishes. That's why he gets those assists, because he now has shooters. Yeah. He got rid of those guys that couldn't shoot. He sent them to the Pelicans. now he loaded them up with Danny Green and Polk. I forgot his name. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because if it wasn't for them sending, he would still be. You know what I'm saying? That's just my take on it. What do you think, Rector?
This is probably one of the reasons why our relationship started so fast. I'm the exact same way, man. To me, is aside from the stats, show me the game. Show me the game. Jordan, his footwork, his shooting. I think the only thing that I think that LeBron has over Jordan is the passing, because Jordan was going to score. He wasn't going to pass. Now, did Jordan get some phenomenal passes? Yes, he did, because he's a baller. I think, if you were to compare apples to apples, passing, I think LeBron has that on the edge. But again, overall, and then, I'm not saying it to disrespect LeBron. LeBron is one of the greatest. And if he would change certain things, he could be the greatest. It just seems like he doesn't want to. After 18 years, he has not changed his shooting form. He's gotten better at shooting, but he hasn't changed his shooting form. His post-up game isn't as strong as he should be. That guy should be killing people in the post, and I think the weakest part of his scoring game is his mid-range. I don't know why he likes to do the whole step back, just rise over somebody and knock it down.
Yeah.
But and of course, I didn't grow up on, I watched LeBron, he's actually 3 years younger than me. Yeah. No, 4 years younger than me. So, yeah. So, I didn't grow up watching him, but I did watch him grow, to be right now, I think he's the most dominant force right now. My opinion, people think it's the Greek freak, but okay, has the Greek got into the championship? No. He can win all the regular season MVPs he wants, but you want the echelon. LeBron doesn't get you there, and that's where I think the conversation is. LeBron is going to get you there. He will get you there. That's the thing about him, and that's why he is in that conversation. If he would change certain things, about his game, I think he could, but I'm not going to vote for it. I'm not going to encourage him just because I have, my personal feelings about, about Michael. I saw a lot of that with Kobe, and he, I think he was on his way. Kobe was on his way. He just had a few bumps in his career. His Achilles, his wrist. Bad things happened to his body. And I think that kind of limited him to becoming. I think he was the one that was actually scratching. The GOAT. Scratching Jordan actually.
Gotcha.
And so, which goes to my next. I know we're over time, but man, I saw these ones at the end. and I know Tom. You don't like Tom Brady. Who are you rooting for? Who are you guys rooting for, by the way?
I'll go bang back to the LeBron thing. Like I still don't count the championship from this past year as a championship. I count as this a COVID league, a men's league. They should have just got some hooded pullovers for them, long sleeve. That's what I think they should have just got, because that was not the intense 82 season. They didn't have to travel, wear and tear in their bodies. It was just a men's league. That's all I thought it was.
I actually have to disagree with you on that one. I mean, you think about these grown men. You look at the Lakers. The majority of their team, they're married. They were away from their families for 3 months. You know what I mean? That has, to me, that 83 game season, half of it you're at home. You get to go home, see your family, and when you travel, you still get to travel in luxury. You travel in good planes, good buses. You stay at the best hotels. You're still catered to. But when you have to stay in the same hotel for 3 months, and to me, his leadership really stuck out during this pandemic, during that championship. His leadership to get grown men to stay bought in, to get young men to stay focused. You know how hard it is to keep kids focused. I mean, he's playing with some kids. Keep them focused to make this run. To me, that just shows a tribute. That's why, like I said, he could be the greatest because of those aspects. His leadership. I count this championship because of that. Not for the bubble, not for, because of the things that could have happened, that could have went wrong. You think about all these veteran teams, the Clippers, the what was the other team on the East? They had veterans that could have, in a regular season would have did some damage, but they wanted to go home. And to me, that's why this championship counts. If that doesn't count, then the LA Dodgers shouldn't get their championship.
Yeah, that's
either.
what I'm saying. All these COVID league games, I don't think these are championship games. I don't think they put the best. How many teams went to the NBA that bubble?
All of them.
No. Was there only 14 or 12?
No, all of them went for a month.
16?
And
No. Okay, so basically, were all of them at their best? It was just like they just came in and started playing. They started playing league games, and to me, some of them looked sick. Some of them looked underweight. Some of them. It was like that. That's my whole thing, is that we didn't get the best end of the season, and they didn't put in the best East team and the best West team. They weren't at their best. That's why I was looking at Miami. Miami didn't even deserve to be in that. I think it was just a weak East team, and like I said, they didn't get their best West teams in there. Like Steph Curry wasn't in there, Klay Thompson, all the West teams.
They weren't going to be there because they got hurt. Remember?
Could have been a late run. That's what I'm saying. They didn't play the full season, and I just feel like it was just it shouldn't have happened, because none of those teams were at their top peak where they should be late, like mid-season or like ready to hit playoff season. It just looked like they were just going up and down. What do you call it? They didn't have the explosiveness and stuff like that. So, I mean, just Anthony Davis being added on, Danny Green, the consistent guys. So, I don't think LeBron brought that championship. I think it was just the other guys, because if he didn't get rid of Lonzo Ball, Ingram, all that stuff, I think that's why I always say Dwayne Wade gave LeBron his first championship, Ray Allen gave him his second championship, and then Kyrie gave him his third championship. Because, to being the GOAT, you got to be the best player on that championship team. And he wasn't the best player when he was at Miami when he got his championship. Dwayne Wade was. And then that Kyrie was probably the best player on that. So that's the thing. Like, when you talk about Jordan being the GOAT with all 6 championships, he was the best player out of all of his teammates. So that's why I consider him to be the GOAT. So that's just I think that's our very last disagreement with this COVID league. But I agree with you, though, that Los Angeles should not also get the Dodgers should have their, what do you call it, too, the World Series thing.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you could say that, I mean, Tampa Bay Lightning shouldn't get theirs either. Because, remember, they're the Stanley Cup winners.
Oh, okay.
They win that bubble. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, I would say count these ones as opposed to the last lockout when they only played 66 games. Yeah, that's the one I say you shouldn't have counted, because there was nothing in the way. It was about money, But this didn't have to do with money. This had to do with something else, an outside entity that everybody was struggling with. And LeBron, Anthony Davis gave it to him, yes, but he had to make sure those guys played their best with the situation given to them. Every other team had the same opportunity. Every team went to the bubble, had the same opportunity. Halfway through, half of them got kicked out because some of them were not following protocol. Some of them just were getting their butts whipped left and right. They weren't going to be able to, make any kind of run, then the ones that were left had the same opportunity. It was basically restart, for the season. And, Clippers didn't come up to par. Bucks didn't come up to par. Toronto, I think they did to a certain point, but I think they were ready to go home. It's a long ways from Orlando to Toronto. So that, Lakers stuck it out, and this is probably the only time I'll ever praise the Lakers in my life. Because you got to think about all the outside, and they had to go and play ball, whether it was up and down men's league. They still had to do it, and the leadership, and even the leadership from the Miami side, really showed. Butler's leadership.
Oh, that was.
You think about it, he's playing with a bunch of kids, man.
Yeah,
he's playing with a bunch of kids. And his leadership really showed. If LeBron didn't get it, I say Butler should have got the MVP if LeBron wasn't playing up to par. That's just what I saw from that whole thing. Now that everybody's get to go back and forth, be at home and stuff like that, and no fans in the stands. Now they got to step up from the last championship. Who's going to win it now?
Lakers.
Lakers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm actually thinking an East team is going to win it this year.
So I'm actually opposed to you guys. I think LBJ sits over MJ. Only because I didn't catch the end of MJ's career. I did. I do remember a majority of Kobe's. And even Kobe, I would put maybe number 4, not even at number 2 or 3. He was amazing. He was great, but his champions with the Lakers, his championships with Shaq, he was either the best player on that team. Shaq carried Kobe. But back to LeBron. When you look at the Bulls before MJ, we're trash. When they got MJ, we're trash. MJ. So LeBron's never lost in the first round of the playoffs. MJ is like what 1-4, 1-6 in the first round of the playoffs without Pippen and Rodman. So like MJ couldn't even make it out of the first round. LeBron took a bunch of scrubs. The second best player that was on LeBron's team when he took the Cavaliers when he got swept by the Spurs. The second best player was either Zydrunas Ilgauskas or Mo Williams. You put those two on any other team, they're either not even sixth men, they're role players or they're riding the bench. Probably Zydrunas Ilgauskas is probably riding the bench on any other team. LeBron took a bunch of scrubs to the finals. They got swept, but come on. And then did you ever hear that when MJ couldn't make it out of the first round, he threw a fit? So the difference, where their careers split, is MJ threw a fit and his team catered to him. They got him help. They got him Rodman and Pippen. LeBron, he threw a fit. His team, the team didn't help him. So the dude took it into his own hands and he split, left town. Then he went and got himself help at Miami. So he has those championships. So here's where I think my childhood comes into play. That it's the bias part. When LeBron got injured and the Lakers didn't make the playoffs, that was the weirdest year for me because I've only known the NBA finals to have LeBron after a certain year. He went to the finals like 8 years in a row, 7 years in a row. He got injured, came back, and the next season he wins it again. I think he's going again. When you look at when MJ left the Bulls the first time, the Bulls still made the playoffs. LeBron left the Cavs. Cavs were the last team in the league. He left Miami. They were the last team in the league. He left the Cavs again. They were the last team in the league. MJ left the Bulls. They still made the playoffs. I think they made it to like the second round. The second time he came back, that second half of the season, they were still above 500. They were still winning. He came back, joined a winning Bulls team, and led them to the playoffs. He left again. The Bulls were still solid. Every team that LeBron's left has finished dead last. When Kobe was running the Lakers with an injured Nash and a sucky Dwight Howard, and after they left, he couldn't pull that team up. LeBron joined the Lakers. Granted, he pulled in some help, They again made the play. They won the championship. I don't know, man. I feel like.
But when you think about it, we're talking about GOAT, meaning not just stats. I mean, Rector brought it up as the stats. If you take away the stats, you think about his overall play.
Yeah.
You think he has the best ball handling. Just when you watch him, not his passing, just his ball handling. Then now, Rector brought it up. His mid range.
Yeah.
Does he have the best shot? And then when you think about it, his threes, he has to take a step back three rather than shooting over somebody.
Yeah.
And then when he gets it into the lane and he can't get all the way to the lane, his next option is to give up. And he showed it his first year with the Lakers. He was just giving up to these guys, and these guys couldn't make it for him. So, like I say, we're talking about overall, like skill-wise.
Yeah.
Did he have the best ball handling skills? Does he have the best shooting skills? You know, putting it all together, like I think I agree with. The only reason why I agree with Rector with the passing is because Jordan was a threat. I mean, he was how would you say, an assassin. You know what I'm saying? Once that ball's in his hand, you know it's a guaranteed two or a guaranteed layup, or something was guaranteed. He had a high. He wasn't. So LeBron had to come up with. He can't get to the bucket, so he has to pass it. But because he does because he's a big man, he does attract the defense, and he collapses the defense. So that's why he pitches it out. That doesn't mean he's the best passer. It just means that his options were taken. He just didn't know how to maneuver to get to the goal.
So if we're looking at a better scorer to the respective points in their career, LeBron has a higher shooting percentage than MJ.
Do you think because of we talked about the defense? I have not seen a defense played in the NBA in so long. I said the last one is probably 2014. And so when you talk about stats, you're talking about a guy who gets to the foul line for flopping, and he's always on the free throw line.
Yeah.
There's just so many things, and it cracked me up. I was watching the Nets and Lakers the other night because Trajan wanted to watch them. Trajan wanted to watch them, and I'm like, and where there was a illegal defense. So illegal defense, they get technical one free throw.
Yep.
And just like Rector said, he hasn't changed his shot. His shot hasn't got any better, and he misses it. And then you hear Kyrie goes, "That's your best free throw shooter," and that just basically it was pretty much flat out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
what I'm saying. From a coaching perspective, I look at the overall from head to toe. Is he the best? Is he the best shooter? Is he the best ball handler? Is he the best? He just makes everything that way. So when you look at him, yes, you guys may look at his stats, but he started when he's 18. He had 3 years ahead, and now you have players, the longevity now for players is like 40, 41, 42, because now that how Popovich back in the early 2010, 11, 12, where he used to save his players, meaning that they never used to play the full 82 games, they used to sit them out, and that's what they've been doing. And when you say high percentages, like I said, the defense is, I don't know, to me, like I said, it's just my opinion. The defense now has been trash for so many years. The NBA, I don't watch NBA as much. I stick with the college games.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I said, I just don't see it in him. But the stats, you could go off the stats. But when you ask a guy who have seen all three eras, the Jordan era, the Kobe era, and the LeBron era, they will tell you, like how they all size up to one another.
Yeah.
And that's why you hear like Rector saying Kobe was probably the closest to getting to just scratching the surface of what he's created. So, but I understand, like right now, like Trajan's all hyped up about like Lakers and GOAT and LeBron. Like, dude, you didn't see what I seen. So, and for me, it's like, it's just overall. I mean, I think that's, for me, that carries a lot of weight, because right now, like I said, anybody can score in the league. It's just an up and down league system now, and it's just people trying to save themselves to the playoff time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna chime in on this a little bit more. Okay, let me ask you some questions. All right, this is for you, Romero. Number one, since when has a two-way player not been an MVP? Who's the best two-way player right now? Best offense, best defense.
Kawhi had a good season. What, 2 seasons ago? Kawhi was ridiculous, man. He could lock down people. He's a good scorer.
So since when has that hurt people? When's that? I mean, as a basketball player, why is that a negative now? Why is it that the best offensive player all of a sudden is the MVP when you have a guy who can play, who can shut you down and score on you? But yet, how many times has he been in the MVP race? Now you go back to Jordan. Jordan was a two-way player. Not only was he winning MVPs, he was winning Defensive Player of the Year. In a time when defense was an emphasis of the game. You look at the emphasis nowadays. The emphasis is offense.
So the years that he did take the MVP for the regular season, the postseason, and his first couple championships, especially those years where his defense was stellar, that was an expansion year. There was 6 teams that were added to the NBA. I think 4 of them were on the East. So like the East was watered down.
So that's 6 more teams you have to play.
Yeah, but they were like pulling scrubs up. Yeah, like that's 6 times 15 is what?
Let me ask you something. Were those guys getting paid to play?
Yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, but like you just brought up
you're professional.
A watered down.
Okay.
You still have to play. Okay, here's my other question. How many people do you know just because of your name are a global icon and have to go out and buy your stuff before it even hits the shelf?
Don't you think both of them are like that on that level?
No, I don't think I would wear LeBron's.
Oh yeah,
on the streets.
I wouldn't wear. I wore LeBron's one time during I think sophomore year. There's some some crappy gym shoes. Like I hate those gym shoes. They're more for like style. Same thing with
Is it because of your name? Is it because of your name, or is it because of the way you play that you're a global icon and that your latest shoe barely hit the racks before it got sold out? See, that greatness has nothing to do with stats. Greatness has something to do with what you make people feel. And because of the way Jordan played, because of the way he played, he made people feel like they could be great too. You put on a pair of Jordans, you thought you could play the best ball of your life. You put on a Jordan jersey, you felt like you could take the world on. Do you feel the same way about Kobe, LeBron, Kawhi, Curry? Would you have that same kind of feeling? So when you're talking about greatness, you're talking about the GOAT, you're going to have to bring in the aspect of off the court stuff as well. So yeah. just like any other sport. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, LeBron, if the appeal adds to the level of greatness. When LeBron was 18, before he even stepped foot on his first game of the NBA court, Nike signed him to a little over $1 million deal. A couple $1 million deal, and that was the largest deal Nike had ever assigned to any player. And this was before he even stepped on the court. So he was selling for Nike, and Nike bought him out before he even touched the basketball.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this: how come Nike could do that?
The appeal.
How come Nike was able to make that large deal?
Because they wanted to sell shoes.
Who made them sell those? Who was able to make them make that kind of deal? Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, man. They made trillions of dollars off of Michael Jordan, the name Jordan. And that's why they were able to sign LeBron James and make that multi-million-dollar deal. Remember, before Jordan, Nike was a running company.
Okay, going back to this gripe about Romero was talking about how Jordan threw a fit, and and that fit ended up in 6 championships. You have LeBron losing a championship, and all of a sudden he jumped ship.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's the difference.
Yeah, well, his franchise
But the
helped
difference is
him.
he jumped on a better team. It's like men's league.
Yeah.
You have a good team that's already playing. I want to play on that team. I want to win a championship. That's basically that's the way. That's what I'm saying. For me, he's kind of like a how would you say? Man, who's a good example? He's kind of like a Steve Kerr, a Robert Ory. Who else have won championships that have just been in it? He's like a role, to me, he's just a role player in those teams. When you, like I said, go back and watch those films in Miami. I mean, there's the games, like in those championship games, you'll see he's a guy that just kicks back defensively, and he won't take those tough shots. He can't handle a trap. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. His next best weapon is passing, because he can't handle traps because of his ball handling. He just can't he's not able to put it through his leg, break the trap. Like Kobe and Jordan, they could do that. If the trap's coming, they could easily get around that trap and get to the bucket or pass it off. For him, is like he loses it, or he throws the ball away, or not, he throws the ball to it, because he just doesn't have that assassin. What do you call it? Because, like I said, to me, he's just a role player on any other championship team.
See, LeBron is second in turnovers this year.
I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't watch NBA as much.
I was reading about it. Actually, or listening to it on the way over. He's like second in most turnovers. I think he's only behind Trae Young, that second-year kid.
Yeah. Like I said, watch when he's in a situation where he gets trapped. Watch what he does. His first thing is always pass. He doesn't want to get through it. I mean, that's, like I said, watching him through all these years, he doesn't have the ball handling skills. He doesn't have the ability to maneuver around and see that stuff. But where he does get those assists is when he starts to penetrate and he collapses the defense.
Yeah.
And that's where he gets those assists, is because now he has 3-point shooters now, you know? So, I mean, looking at back when you were talking about he's been in all of these championships year in, year out, just think about how many, how would you say, East teams that were so weak.
Yeah.
And you talk about how many franchise players. Look at, like right now, look at Boston's not good. Milwaukee's not good. All these teams like Philadelphia, they're not good. Miami's not that good. Look at the best top eight. Talk about the best top 8 East teams. Yeah, they're trash. Compared to what you were talking about, the franchise teams. Yeah. You had 26, 28 franchise teams. You said 6 of them, right? But you still had the majority of top teams. The top teams were the top teams, like the East. You had New York Knicks, you had Boston Celtics, you had the Pacers. Those were not trash teams. Those were the 8 best teams. Now, when you think about the 8 best teams in the East, they're trash. Like I said, it's what he was. He was in a weak league. That he was the outcome of that weak league, the East team.
But Rector set the precedent, right? They get paid to play, aren't they professionals?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying he was in a weak league. He was very fortunate that he was in a weak league. Yeah. You know, that his team was probably the better out of the outcome of those teams.
You know, and again, this just goes a little bit to me, his leadership of LeBron. Yes, everybody knew that, you know, the East teams weren't as up to par as the West. But to me, I think his leadership, again, his passing foremost, I think his leadership is geared more to players today as opposed to Jordan's leadership. You know, Jordan's leadership was, hey, you better get your stuff in gear or else I'm never going to pass you the ball. So, you know, Jordan's leadership was a little, you know, it's well known that it wasn't a favorable type of leadership. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. But then again, it comes down to the play, the game. You know, I don't know. It just, you know, for me, I'm just a little biased because, you know, I grew up with Jordan. But again, I have a lot of respect for what LeBron's doing, you know.
Yeah.
He's, yes, he's not the assassin, but if you think about it too, Jordan made the NBA exciting because of his play. The guy that's going to do a 360 dunk on you, he's going to go from the right side, bring it all the way down to his knees, and do a reverse layup over or around Parrish and McHale. He's going to go and dunk on Alonzo Mourning and stuff like that. He made it exciting. And the torch, so to me, it's, he started the torch again. Talk about the stuff off the court. He started that torch. The NBA was a bunch of over talented drunks is what it was before Jordan got there.
Yeah.
You listen to some of these stories about the NBA. There were guys that were, halftime drinking a 6-pack of beer during halftime. They go run outside the stadium and go have a couple of cigarettes,
Yeah.
And Jordan brought this what it is to me. He's the beginning of the reasons why LeBron is constantly conditioning.
Definitely.
He's conditioned a year in and year out. Because why? He's chasing somebody.
Yeah. So
yeah.
We wouldn't have LeBron if we didn't have Jordan. But we wouldn't have Jordan if we didn't have Irving.
The other thing I bring up too is if how we talk about safety protocol with the kids nowadays.
Yeah.
That's the culture now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
How we have to be safe. And It's the same thing with the NBA. Back then, you were physically torn down, so your body was being broken down. And now you have so much safety protocol in the NBA now. Now it's become a safe league. That's why I kind of see it as a safe league.
Yeah, big time.
Every little reach, every little flop or everything like that, it's just kind of toned down. So that's what I'm saying. When people talk about they're playing the league longer, he's a prime example of him playing a lot longer is because he wasn't physically beaten down. He's played the safe route. He's settling for threes. He'll drive when it's wide open. He's not gonna come down crashing on ducking over a center, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And then defensively, like I said, watch his games. Watch where he kicks back at. When I say short corner, he's kicking back at a short corner.
You know who's the mini LeBron that kicks butt on defense?
Kicks butt or kicks back?
Kicks butt. He's bad on defense. It's Caruso, the little white guy.
Oh yeah,
Alex Caruso. He's a beast on defense. He's bad.
See, and again, when you talk about a team, your best player should be your best defensive player as well. That's what Jordan was. He was the best. He guarded the best players, and most time he was going to shut down the best player.
I thought that was Pippen.
And
that was
no,
second. That's what
Jordan. Jordan was. Yep. Who stopped Joe Dumars? Jordan. Who was the best player on the Pistons? Wasn't Isaiah Thomas. Yes, he was good. He was a good point guard, but it was Dumars. Dumars was the troublemaker on offense for the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
And then, when you get to, a lot of these other teams, and then it's a discredit to LeBron's athleticism. I don't like today's switching. They switch a lot. There's a lot of switching.
Yeah.
If they can make that switching more effective and use their athleticism and their talent to make that defense tougher, I think I'd be more for it. But look at the best defensive era in the NBA compared to the best to today's defense. You're still scoring the same amount. The average is only up 8 points to this day's game to the average of when the defense was heightened in the NBA was during when Jordan was playing. It's only 8-point difference.
Okay.
So it's you know what I mean. And so it's like and then part of it is because you have heroes, you have Robinsons, who their specialty is 3-point shooting. They just kick out there beyond the 3-point line and let it fly. And it's the change. The game has changed. But to me, the defensive side has been given an unfair shake. The offensive side has been given more leeway. I mean, I just wish the defensive side would get more attention in terms of this has nothing to do with the whole LeBron Jordan thing. To me, this just has to do with my personal issue as integrity. And Tom knows this. I'm a big history of the game. When James Naismith started this whole basketball thing, when he invented it, he started it to get kids off the streets and then and do something productive. And as it grew and you get the Adolph Rupps, you get the John Woodens, you get the guy from Texas, these guys who really emphasize defense. Alan Fogg from Kansas, they emphasized defense. They lived off that defensive side, and that's what made them so successful. And then for them to see that in the professional aspect, the professional game, where young kids, especially now in terms of history, there's a lot of multi-million-dollar African Americans running out there because of this game, and that the defensive side, the side that made the game what it was, is being cut down, lukewarm.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I have my issue with, about the game now. And I even see it in the college level. I'm starting to see that in the college level, and I would have loved to have seen last year's championship, because I think last year and the year before were probably some of the best defenses I've seen. And overall, when you talk about Virginia and Texas Tech, their defense was freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, that's right.
And then last year you had Kansas and Gonzaga, and Texas Tech was back up there, and you had Virginia's defense was back up there again. They were bringing that defensive aspect. I think we're cheated out of a second year of great college defensive basketball last year.
Yeah, talking back how the game has changed, like most of the games is mostly 3-point shooting.
The cool stuff.
Yeah, what we called back then.
The cool stuff.
What we called back then, live by the three, die by the three.
Die by the three.
The other thing is that also happens when you have a lot of 3-point shots, is that you're always going to have rebounds on the weak side, right, Rector? If you shoot on one side of the wing, it's going to go to the other side. And guess what? That's why I would say, look at where LeBron said. That's where he gets all his rebounds at, is off of those missed threes. And there's not that many skilled 3-point shooters. You give Steph, you have actually Curry, you have Clay, you have Middleton from Milwaukee, you have Robinson from Miami. But then you have all these other guys jacking up 3-point shots. And most of the time, it's Clank. And who's at there? Just like I said, there's so many rebounds. And that's where most of his stats come from. And then a lot of people don't, like I said, to me, it's not, the game is not where it should be. And that's what I'm saying. I don't find the balance in it. And Rector, I agree with Rector. It's more hyped up on the offensive end. There's no hype on the defensive end.
Yeah.
So that's just my take on how I see the game. And that right there, I think, has changed from back then to now. It's really changed a whole lot. So it's just, that's why I don't watch it as much as I should. But
all right. So we're definitely hitting that 5-hour mark.
Yeah. I know, it doesn't feel like 5 hours.
That was fast. My wife's gonna kill me.
My bad, man.
That's cool. I genuinely enjoyed catching up with you guys. It was fun to hear your perspective. The background of what I was experiencing when I was a kid. So it's cool to get into you guys' mentality on everything.
Well, for me, like I said, it was always for the kids. I mean, we worked our tails off for you guys because you guys had the ambition to pursue something and you guys had a goal. And the hard thing, like Rector has said, was that to live up to that challenge, how do we challenge them every single day? And I think that's how we perceive life is, like for me, with the Dean of Students, being a Dean of Students here, I want to be the best dean of students. No one's going to outwork me.
Yeah.
So when I get into move up in position of as like an assistant principal, that's my mentality is no one's going to be the best.
Yeah.
My mentality is I'm going to be the best assistant principal in the district of whatever I work at. So that's one thing I wanted you guys to understand as kids is that whatever you do in your life, be the best at it. If you're be a young father, be the best father you can be. And that's just the main thing. And if whatever you pursue, like I said, is the main thing. It might, it might be in everything. A lot of people choose different fields. The construction technical part of it, like construction, welding, armed service, going into the education field. Whatever you choose, it's just basically to be the best out of whatever. Because that's one thing you guys probably were taught when you guys went through our practices, that if I can survive Bizardi and Rector's practices, I can do anything. If I continue to grind and keep working.
Yeah.
Well, sounds like you're doing good. Keep it up, man. Hey, you ever get a chance? Hey, again, I've been telling people this, and this is one of my wife and I's goals is, once this is over and we can start seeing people, I'm going to start calling up people. Now that I got your contact information, man, we're going to have to meet up, go have some lunch somewhere. My kids and my wife and I, and your family, same way with Tom. Is I think one thing I've learned in this thing is the fact that I've grown a lot. I've already appreciated it. I already loved them. I already love my family and stuff like that. But I think just that appreciation of just having them there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know Tom's a phone call away. He's a text message away, but just the fact that, I miss the fact that he's there. Same way with Byron. Same way with just even my relatives. So keep up what you're doing. Keep growing. Especially in times like this. This is the best time to grow. This is the best time to build character. In situations like this, and at the same time, you're never too young to pass on what you've learned. So you're a father now, and start passing on to your kids, or if you have nieces and nephews, start passing on to them. If you have cousins, young cousins, start passing on. Start now, because if anything has taught us, this thing has taught us, that we are limited on time. There's, and that's one thing I want to do is once this is over, I'm going to be out there hugging everybody again.
Definitely. All right. Thanks, Mr. Rector, for joining us.
Yep.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Man. I'm glad you're doing well. Oh, by the way, Tom.
Yep.
I know you want to be the best administrator, but man, you're going to have to live up to Pumpkin.
She's asking me for advice.
Dude, man, she's working her tail off, man. I swear, every day, Ev and I are constantly backing her up. She's having a tough time with this whole, I would say she's having a tough time. She's having a challenging time, but I think she's killing it. I think she's doing awesome. So whenever you get a chance, man, just give her a call, give her a text or something like that. Let her know she's doing good, because I'm pretty sure it's tough out there being an educator right now. All the challenges, the online stuff, trying to get people's grades, attendance. Are you guys having the same situation with attendance?
It depends on the system, because we run 6 classes a day. So we're taking attendance on a daily basis. We're running school as the way it is. We have a bell schedule. Yeah. And then like the kids that don't attend, I basically call home, or I do home visits. I do home visits and just kind of inform a parent and stuff like that, and just kind of talk about the laws,
Yeah.
But then looking more into the law, the age of 16, they don't have to be in school. And it goes further than that too. Like the age of 14, if a kid is at the age of 14 and he finds himself a job, the kid can actually choose the job over school.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I remember that conversation came up a while back.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
so.
right now these kids are supporting their parents or family members.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's coming down to now.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, well, Tom, keep the grind, man. Keep the grind. Whenever this is over, we got to go and have dinner.
oh yeah, definitely.
Yep, definitely. All right, Mero, Tom, I'm gonna get going.
All right.
Thank you for having me. Have a safe trip home, Romero.
Yep. See you.
All right, talk to you guys later. Yep.
We're good.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I was letting me know.